Feature match in the 12 and 1 kid. Even better now. Right after like I was old too. What is it in your strategy? It was what I was this way. That's the be at work.
Which one's one, which one's two? Before we get into kind of like move the table further so you can look at them in. Let's put it out. Let's do this. What do you think? Ready? Same amount of time, right? There's no time to change on this side. Top four gets played with 220, 250. And let me know when you set up, when you're ready to start, I'll try to slot. Alright, good luck.
Those two cards that are worth me drafting. Okay. Because I was thinking I will. There was one change.
That's a six.
August 18th.
I gotta go.
And literally, snap back going second. And then on the next turn, he's going for 15, and on the turn after that, he's splitting for 12. I'm like, all right, I died. Well, what a game. I was pretty. Oh no, that's right.
What's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I noticed.
I'll be doing commentary again
I use mine on
for another, what, 4 or 5 hours? Should be good. Okay, so it looks like we have a deck between, I believe it's Frog Monarchs, and on the right side we have Machinas. Not entirely sure what kind of build of Machinas it is. It could be pure. It could also be Machina Monarchs that I've seen. Could also be Machina gear frames or Machina Gear Town as well. So there are many different variants of Machinas now. It's just really difficult to find out what he's playing just based off of one search. So very difficult to say. So he starts off his turn by discarding the 2 fortress out right away and able to special summon his fortress on the literally on the first turn. Not sure why he's being so aggressive. Especially if he doesn't know what his opponent's playing, but maybe strategy. He equips the gear frame to the fortress. He does this because even if he does get contact fusion in game 1, the Chimera Tech would only be a 2000 attack monster. If you leave the gear frame out there, it's going to be a 3k Chimera Tech fortress. So always a good idea to equip the gear frame to the fortress, even though you don't need to protect the fortress right away. Sometimes a Book of Moon, like a Book of Moon here is really bad for him too as well. But then you have to trade a Book of Moon and a monster because if the monster runs over Machina Fortress, Machina Fortress will just destroy the monster that destroyed it by battle. So Maria Griga was activated previous turn to draw an extra 3 cards. Hopefully the Frog Mark player is able to draw something different to pretty much set up his board. The Duke Frog was destroyed, most likely Swap Frog was searched for. So not sure why he's looking through his extra deck. Maybe he has an extra deck play. This deck could play Junk Synchron, so he could summon Junk Synchron and make a Catastor. Because Junk Synchron can revive the Duke Frog from the graveyard and make a level 5 Synchro. So he discards the Deep Sea Diva. Oh, he also plays Diva. So it looks like instead of playing Junk Synchron, he plays a Deep Sea Diva. And the same line can be played where you can go into a level 5 Synchro, bring out the Gilman, and then use a Catastor. The only problem with using the Catastor is that it only destroys the monster once. So the gear frame will have to can protect the fortress, and then the Catastor will just end up running into the fortress and then losing 300 life points. So not a good play. He special summons here. He special summons the Swap Frog, and he brain controls the Machina Fortress. Most likely he's going to be able to go into the battle phase, swing over the gear frame, and then attack directly for 1000. Oh, it's a twit pit, so yeah, he can attack directly for 35. I thought it was on the field. So he can attack directly. The cool thing about Gear Frame being into the spell and trap zone is that he doesn't have to worry about gores. He can just swing safely. He can probably attack into a Tragodia. So in this order, the order would have to be the Fortress attack first. Looks like he's going for a Tribute Summon here right away instead of attacking. Goes into the Mobius here, and then with Mobius, he does salvage. Okay. Very interesting tech for sure. The salvage here will generate him a +1, but he did -1 to make the Swap Frog play to special. Yeah, and then I guess he swung for 25 or 35 on this turn, and then he swaps the Mobius back to his hand. So the salvage ended up being a 1-for-1, even though it is technically a +1. Treeborn Frog is in the graveyard. The player on the left sets a back row. With the back row set, he could definitely be locked out of the game, not being able to special summon his Treeborn Frog. So here in this scenario, he has the option of flipping over the set card if it's a Raigeki break, but he won't be able to sacrifice for a Monarch because he won't have no targets to send off. So the best play here is just to tribute off the Swap Frog here and summon the Monarch and then target the set card. He bounces back the Swap Frog to go into a Dupe Frog, and then he tributes the Dupe Frog for a Ryza. Okay, so that's also a play you can do as well to preserve your Swap Frog. And he can swing it here for 24, breaking him down an extra 24 from the 35 that he previously took. Force comes down here, so yeah. So previously on the turn that he had before, he swung with the Fortress and the Swap Frog, but Gear Frame was still on the field, so he was not able to drop the Gores. So now that the Gear Frame's off the board now, he can actually drop the Gores. Frog and Monarchs can pretty much deal with Gores pretty much, but just by tributing for Archias, so always good. If I suspect that the set is a Raigeki break, he can actually flip it over, destroy the Gores on the field too. Leo Russian asks, is Cameron playing? Yes, he's playing. He's on stream right now. If you guys see a Ring of Destruction playmat, that's him. So he shifts both the monsters in attack mode, and he tries to declare an attack in the battle phase. Cameron's probably considering flipping the Raigeki break to destroy one of the monsters. He's thinking probably he wants to keep the Gores alive, but most likely Raigeki break's going to come down to destroy the Gores. And with the Diva in his hand, he can make a Catastrophist to run over the token. So he does have a lot of different ways to get rid of Gores. This move also makes it so that if he declares an attack, he can actually just drop his Gores. If he does have it. So he discards the Mobius here to destroy the Gores, and then he takes 20. He can take 24 here. Not sure if he declared an attack. Okay, so here he can summon the Diva, make a pretty much make a Gilman, and then go to the Catastrophe and run over the token. He does have Treeborn in the graveyard, so he can make a level 6 Synchro. So he can make a Goyo Guardian, but he can't steal a token with the Treeborn Frog. Other level 6 Synchro monsters he can probably play is that's bigger than 24. It can't be Bryanek. The Bryanek move is probably not incorrect here. So he MSTs here. Most likely in the draw phase or the standby phase, where Treeborn can come out. He does have a rise in hand that I saw. So oh yeah, I mean we saw it the turn before, so he could definitely do that. Looks like he spends the face down monster and he can crash into the token and trade. So yeah, I guess he values the level 5 synchro or the level 5 or 6 synchro over the Ryza. Okay, so he draws the same monster that he set. A monster that Machina likes to set is often Raiko or Hamster. So in this situation, he's gonna have to figure out a way to deal with it. So he draws into a Monarch here. Lucky for him, he banishes the Raiko here, and then he can swing for 24 direct. And then he takes the game. Yep, so that's game. Okay, so a pretty interesting game for sure. So we didn't know what the Machina variant he's on, and now in this game we do know what he's on. He's playing the Machina Monarch variant. Uh, Sometimes they do play Gear Town in that variant, but most likely it's Machina Monarchs. Cameron played it pretty smoothly, with no misplays, I would say. Um, Even though he valued his level 6 and level 5 synchro over the Ryza, he did have to kind of top deck into another Monarch to get rid of the Raiko. But I guess he could have made Bryanak with the Treeborn Frog and the Gilman and the Diva, and then discard the card that he drew and then attack for 2400 damage for lethal anyway. So I guess he didn't really needed the Caius after all. Alright, so game 2 starting. Not sure what they're going to side deck. Yeah. Hello guys, good evening from Italy. Yes, good evening from Italy. What is it? Is it morning right now? No, it's actually 1 o'clock over here. Yeah, so it's 1:30 here in North Carolina. We already post deck profile top 32 from the zombie tournament. Cool, awesome. I'm glad that you guys already have the ultimate tournament deck lists already. I wanted to go to that event, but I wanted to cover this event because it would be a 1K tournament, so I decided to be here instead. At Big Boy Gaming's. So what would let's think about what the side decks that Mr. Cameron on the left would be siding against Machina Monarchs. Um, Definitely not pulling the rug. If you side pulling the rug against and you're playing Frog Monarchs, you're committing a back row to a thing that may never happen. But you kind of have to weigh that option with not summoning a Monarch with a Treeborn Frog. So I'm not sure what Cameron's deck building philosophy is, but siding pulling the rug would actually stick to the back row. And if you stick a back row in, it's most likely Treeborn Frog will never come out unless it's used. And technically, I guess the Machina Monarchs does have a lot of normal summon effects that trigger when they're normal summon. So there's no I guess there's no alternative line that they would go into if they're not normal summoning. I mean, they would have to hard draw like a fortress. So honestly, I would not side pulling the rug, even though it's a good card against this matchup. On the flip side, if you're the Machina Monarch player, as long as you're not playing like the Solidarity version, because you wouldn't, right? Because you're also playing Monarchs, you can side the DD Crows to basically interrupt the Treeborn Frog to ensure that there's no Treeborn Frog that they can use as a tribute fodder. But this deck also can circumvent the whole Master Restrict thing, so I would not side Master Restrict either because you can summon Deep Sea Diva and make synchro plays as opposed to as opposed to tribute summoning for Monarchs. And the Machinas are also don't tribute summon as well. Bringing out the Fortress is not a form of tribute summoning. So I mean he could side Master Restrict, but Deep Sea Diva is a card and Raigeki breaks a card. Yeah. Overall, I'm not a big fan of Master Strict in the modern formats, the modern interpretation of the Edison format decks. Frog Monarchs just has now found a way to just circumvent playing around Master Strict in game 1 and game 2. So it looks like Cameron does set 2 back rows here. So I guess his deck building philosophy does revolve around using the back rows so he can smoke screen into like a back row strategy as opposed to relying on Treeborn Frog as a tribute fodder.
Okay.
Okay, so the set card's most likely going to be a 2000 defense frog monster. For some reason, Konami likes to print frogs with 2000 defense. Unfortunately, the Kais here will be able to resolve its effect to banish the dupe frog, and the pulling the rug. I guess he does not side pulling the rug, even though he's at 2 back rows. So it kind of telegraphs us that it might be something they can use, but it hasn't flipped over as a result of the summon and as a result of the attack declaration. So I have no clue as to what those back rows may be. It could be dud spell cards. That's another option too. It could be like salvage set. It could also be yeah, it could be salvage set. It could also be Moray of Greed. So he sets the he flips over the Regeki Breaks to destroy the Master Restrict. Now he can just discard a card to pop the Restrict off the board. And now he can consider Tribute Summoning for a Monarch here. If it's Mobius, he can clear out the Machina Monarch's back row. He discards a Swap Frog here, unfortunate for him. Now he won't be able to set his yeah, he won't be able to set anything. Yeah, it looks like I was right. He makes a Mobius here, destroy the V Prison. And he will not get a battle phase, so his life points are safe. But Cameron's now down to 3 cards total with no Swap Frog because he discarded for a Geki Break.
Yeah, I just really want to get the time to go back.
It's also likely that he drew the Swap Frog for this turn, so otherwise he would have summoned the Swap Frog and sent a Treeborn Frog, but instead he set a Dupe Frog. It could be Toy Magician, yeah. I don't know what Toy Magician does. Toy Magician sounds like a card that is trolly. But it's a very cool art though. I always thought Toy Magician was a cool card. It looked like a Lego creature. Toy Story Lego edition. Write that down, guys. That's a good idea. Multi-million-dollar idea. Okay, so he summons a Deep Sea Diva here. He can make a level 5 Synchro. Or he can Synchro the Mobius away to make a level 8 Synchro, depending on what he wants to do. He can also go into battle phase and swing with everybody, lowest to highest. It looks like they do because he's writing down life points. So 200, 17, and 24, what is that? That's 19, 24. 19 and 24 is 40, 43. He drops the Tragodia. Not sure when he decided to drop it. He might have dropped it early. Oh, he tricks him into to dropping the Trag early because Spine Gilman can boost the Mobius up. So that's a cool interaction. So we have a 2800 Mobius on the board. So he ran over the Tragodia with the Mobius. So crazy. Read your card, guys. If you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player in Edison format, you definitely need to read cards. Because Spine Gilman has a hidden interaction to boost Mobius to 2800 attack. You can basically run over Dark Arm. You can run over Stardust with this type of interaction. But I don't know how you can keep a Mobius on board when they make a Stardust. Especially if you're playing the Regeki break, so this interaction is probably not going to come up very often when you run over Stardust. So player on the right activates Smashing Ground to destroy the Mobius, and now he has to deal with a Spine Gilman and Deep Sea Diva in attack mode. Not sure why he decided not to Synchro Summon with either of them. I guess because Mobius is stronger than Machina Fortress, so I guess he left it like that for a reason. But his board can be torn apart with any gear frame. Looks like he just passed his turn with no monsters. Unfortunate for him. Unfortunate. You can set it in the back row, that's why I said it. Yeah, true. Is there any other cards that can be set in the back row in Edison format? Because I know like later on in the formats there's like cards like Silver Sentinel and in the hat format obviously that we have all the artifacts. If you're playing in Infernity format, I hear people can set the Infernities in the back row to make sure that their hand size goes down to 0. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too. Myth Biff. He could make a Catastor, and if he just made a Catastor, he could just I don't know, deal with most of the Machina monsters. And the cool thing about Catastor is that he doesn't target, so you can actually destroy Fortress without triggering his ability to look at your hand and discard something. So, but hey, I'm not Cameron. He probably made it for a reason. He probably wanted to preserve his Mobius for the next turn for some reason. So here he's gonna go for the Dupfrog Lock. Dupfrog Lock is pretty good against the Machina engine because there's no way to actually out it. We used to set our Inferno monsters in our back row to pop our combos off until we got caught. Yeah, true. Yeah, Infernity players all know about like the hidden text in all in the Infernity cards. If you have an Infernity monster and also Armageddon Knight and Greffer, you can set it in your back row and you can pretty much have an empty hand to pop off. Hidden text only. If you peel the card, like that's where the hidden text is. If you peel the card like into two, that's where you can see it. But most people don't know about that though, so keep it a secret. Only the Infernity players know about that. The hidden text. We had to like swim in the void of Infernity Necromancer's what is it, cloak, to find that knowledge. All right, so Machina player sets 3 back row right after that maneuver. So most likely those back rows are bluffs because he set 3. You never want to set like 3 after you did nothing for on the prior turn because it pretty much pretty much telegraphs that you're bluffing. But if you set 2 though, that's so he most likely has like 2 bluffs and one actual trap that he drew for turn. The one thing I found about with Monaco Monarchs is that because that deck plays Pot of Avarice, you have like this weird like I never draw monsters hand. So turn by turn, you're just drawing spells or traps and just setting them. But he has time, all the time in the world anyways, because a Dupe Frog Lock doesn't do damage. The Dupe Frog Lock, as cool as it is, it doesn't do damage at all. So there's always that. This is a soft dupe lock. It's not really a dupe lock, but for those of you guys who don't know, the Substitute can actually protect the frog monsters from being destroyed by battle. So if they go after the dupe frog, then that can't be destroyed by battle, and dupe frog is pretty much like Ring of Magnetism, where it has to be attacked in order to attack other monsters. So this creates a loop. So frog market player has or not the Machina market player has a torrential to deal with um, the normal summon, and then he's able to deal with the Dupe Frog lock. Since the last thing that happens was Dupe Frog being destroyed because Torrential was destroying everybody simultaneously, you can add a Swap Frog to your hand from the graveyard or from the deck. So it looks like, if I'm guessing, the other 2 back rows closest to his notebook pad are bluffs, and the actual trap would be the one closest to his graveyard. That's my prediction. Was Heavy Storm legal? Yeah, in Heavy Storm, yeah, in Edison format for Corrupted Minds question, yeah, it was legal in Edison. So if you're a fan of Heavy Storm, play this format because everybody's flipping that card like left and right. I got caught setting an Armageddon Knight and got exposed by Blind Breaker. Yeah. Well, if that's the case, you just scoop, right? I mean, that's what Infinity players do. If they get exposed, they just scoop after losing their back row. Their quote-unquote back row. Maybe you shouldn't cheat, bluff knock, yeah. I was 12, I'm a veteran man now. Yeah, true. I mean, there's like this whole like saying like once a cheater, always a cheater. So, you know, I don't know if that applies to everybody, but I like to go by that saying. Once a cheater, always a cheater. There's no redemption. There's no redemption arc for cheaters. That's a myth. I think they did a study on this too, but I don't know the exact study, so You'll have to do your research on that one. Are cheaters likely to cheat in other areas of life? I'm being judged. This is crazy. You're just being memed. You're not being judged. Relax. Alright, so he draws 2 here, and he's able to draw into possibly another fortress. He sets into probably a hamster or Reiko. It looked like an earth monster from the side angle, so it's most likely going to be a hamster.
And I'm at 7.
The only thing you're taking is the burn in from
Yeah, from Friday onwards, this is the first time I've heard of Reign of Destruction as a war group or as a group of Edison players that are like focused on like doing well competitively in IRL tournaments and on online. So it's always interesting to know that. There's a lot of different signatures on the playmat as well. So if you somehow form a lot of you get a lot of accolades through all the Edison IRL events or even online, hit up this friendship group, and they might take you in. It's a hierarchy, by the way. So I don't know who the top dog in this Ring of Destruction group is, but yeah, you'll have to ask them. I'm not in it. I got caught stealing a Brio when I was 12. Oof. Yeah, Brio Knights were expensive back in the day. I think when they first came out, it's like $30+. But if you wanted the dual terminal version, that was like $100. It was a while. It's been a while since I remember the market prices. And this is when the economy wasn't as big as it is today. So Yu-Gi-Oh cards were pretty expensive back in the day for no reason. So he flips over the Reiko here. He targets the back row by the looks of it, and Cameron flips over the T-Roar to end the battle phase.
36.
So no point in attacking the Treeborn Frog because he can just come back. So I think he just passed with 4 back rows and a face-up Reiko. So it's Cameron's turn now. He's probably considering tripping for a Monarch, or he can just do all those little crazy frog plays. Monarchs would be pretty good too. Oh, look, see, it looks like he summons a Unifrog here. So that's a way you can actually deal with the back row, because they can attack directly. Is his stat bigger than Reiko? Doesn't it have like 400 stats? You can actually attack over Reiko. But I wouldn't do that because of Book of Moon. I would attack directly. Nope, he's going for the Reiko. Alright, so he's going to go for the Reiko. Maybe hoping to force a Book of Moon on the Reiko. So now Subsitoad, or Unifrog is able to do damage. He should probably read the card to see if it does. It has to be direct damage. So it looks like he reads the card and clarifies, and it has to be direct damage. Nope. He still, yep. So he loses no back row. Okay, I learned something new. So Unifrog has to be direct damage. It's like Spirit Reaper. So Spirit Reaper has to do direct damage in order to destroy or discard a card. Or Unifrog is no different, except it's destroying a back row. Hidden interactions, bro. Yeah, DT Brio is still easily 100. Yeah, I guess so. And it looks so nice. DT is like they had the little polka dot rarities where it's like I don't know what kind of rarity they use. In your opinion, what was the most broken format in Yu-Gi-Oh? Broken format? I don't know what you mean by broken format. Do you mean like where there was like tier 0 formats where if you didn't play that deck, you weren't winning a competition kind of thing? Or are you thinking like a broken format where it's like you can play like anything in that format and you're likely to top that format? I was in love with Dark Strike format. It was out of control. I never played that format. I got into competitive Yu-Gi-Oh when that format was over. So I don't know what it was like. I know that you can burn with like Dark Arm and Dark Strike Fighter. With those 2 cards alone, you can OTK somebody. But that's all I know about it. Now Konami is reprinting so much from the past, so the older version price is down. Yeah, it could be, but there's a lot of people who love like high rarities. There's a lot of rare hunters, I would say, in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh. So if you, and I didn't think this was true, but if you go like if you travel as much as I do, there's a lot of rare hunters. There's a lot of people who just actively seek first edition, ghost rare cards, ulti cards like that are old too. And then when they look at like common versions of that or rare versions of that, or even super versions of that was reprinted by Konami, they go, ugh, peasant scum. Like, why would you even use that card? But they don't realize that this game is like about, it's about friendship. It's not about like collecting the highest rarity card. Like, hasn't the show taught you guys nothing? Now I have a DT Brio and I also pay for 70 bucks for it. Yeah, true. But yeah. But going back to the game here, Starlight Road looks like it got resolved on a Heavy Storm, and Heavy Storm is going to be negated, so he can bring out Stardust legally. But it wasn't properly played, so he won't be able to revive it. Looks like he forgot to put Stardust in his extra deck because there's no reason why he shouldn't be slamming the Stardust on the board, showing authority. Oh, I think he contemplates whether he wants to put attack mode or defense. Is there a reason why you want to put a Stardust in defense mode? I don't know. This is kind of weird. I haven't seen this play before. If you're playing against this deck, I think the reason why you would want to put a Stardust in defense mode, I have no idea. Because if he makes a Monarchs here, right, like he can choose a different back row or a different card on the field, and then the Monarch can run over Stardust. So I'm not too sure why he put Stardust in defense mode. Maybe you guys can enlighten me, chat, because I have no idea why he put Stardust in attack mode, defense mode, sorry. So Treeborn Frog gets attributed here. I'm not sure why, for what, but we'll find out. We'll find out soon. Okay, he prompts not to do that play after all. Maybe he just wants to like bluff that he has a Monarch in his hand. So that's why he put the Treeborn Frog in the graveyard and put it back on the field. I mean, that could be a thing, right? Falsely telegraphing a Monarch that you don't have. Just kidding. So he does have Rise. So he summons the Ryza here. He asks if the summon is successful, meaning that it was not negated. And he bottomlesses the Monarch. Yeah, okay. I mean, that exchange was always going to happen even if Stardust was in attack mode. So I'm not too sure why he put it in defense. In case he has brain control or econ is why he wants to put Stardust in defense mode. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So if he steals a monster, he can't switch battle position because it was special summoned in the same turn. Okay. Yeah, that's actually sounds pretty cool. Edison and Tango Plan, I think it's the best format of Time Warner. Did you know how many people enter in the US Edison tournament? I think it was capped, so it could have been higher. So I don't know. There's a lot of rumors going around that Konami is just using Time Wizard as a way of just getting profits and not really increasing the quality of like the products for Edison or even the services. So right now, I personally am disappointed in how Side Deck, which was the event organizer for the Tengu side of the Edison side events, was doing. So I'm not going to say too much on it, but if you guys do your own research as to how dissatisfied the Edison player base was on how the side deck community, the side deck organizer pretty much dealt with how the tournament was run, you could pretty much find out. I personally am not a fan of it. So Fortress can't crash into it. I guess. Yeah, so I guess he can brain control the Fortress and attack over the Stardust. But then, who would get the Fortress effect? I'm pretty sure the person who controls the Fortress, or who not controls the Fortress, but who owns the Fortress can activate the effect to destroy something. Yeah, Edison for sure is the best in my opinion. Yeah, it's true. I've been trying to play other formats of Edison, and I just don't find it as, or other retro formats in the same time period, almost the same time period, and it's not as enjoyable. Yeah, Owner would get its effect. Yeah, yeah. So that's what I thought too. Because if he steals the fortress and he attacks over the Stardust, I guess he only loses one card. And if he has both of them in attack position, he loses two cards. So that makes a lot of sense. Edison is real uncut Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I guess so. What do you mean by uncut? Like you... Oh, okay, I see. Either you're good or you're bad. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, with the modern format that is, it's very combo based. So it feels like it's all about deck building more than it is about skillful interactions. But I mean, you have to think of it as from the perspective of the game, right? The game designer. The game designer wants as much profit as possible from the game. So you want to make sure that you give the false sense of like superiority to players who play the game, right? And if you're like not a very smart person, right, and you play like a combo deck, and you like pretty much pop off, and your opponent just didn't draw the hand trap, you're gonna have like a false sense of like superiority, right, in your local area especially. So then you're gonna spend more money as that player goes through life. They're like, oh, I'm the best. All I have to do is learn my combos, and nobody can defeat me because I have an unbreakable board, and my opponent couldn't interact with me, right? So yeah, if you want your game to grow, you're gonna have to, unfortunately, you're gonna have to hype up the low IQ population, right? And I deal with this all the time. Like toxic players are definitely gonna be one of those type of players who are have a false sense of superiority. Yeah, absolutely. Modern players and our logos get owned when they play Edison. Yeah, because they and then so the way they justify it is when they lose, they say that the game's trash, right? Edison's trash, like it's too slow. That's how like they come to the rationalization. They come to these like psychological rationalization, like, oh, the game's too slow, or this I don't even know, this deck doesn't even combo off like it does in modern format. Like, okay, dude, like, or here's another possibility, like, right? Here's another possibility. You're just bad at the game. Yeah, no accountability. That's exactly it. And Konami recognizes that there's a lot of people who don't like to take accountabilities for their own actions. So who they market to, right? They market to those people, right? Those are the same people who buy like tons of packs too. They spend their whole paychecks on like products, and then they just hope to get that like high rarity card, and then they go to a vendor and they sell it for like 30% of the value or something. Yeah, exactly. And then we kind of rely on these people too, right? Like as a secondary market consumer, you just go on TCG Player, right? And you're like, wow, there's so many like super rares on the market because like all these people are just buying boxes and boxes of stuff. But to be fair, also vendors are also doing the same thing too because they know they can flip it. So people are bad at the game, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. People are bad at the game. Well, you have to have a gradient, right? Like, not everyone can be good at the game, right? Even in competition, like, not even the top 1% gets in the top 8. It's usually in competitions like the top 0.01% of players that get in the top 8, right? If you're top 8ing consistently, right, especially in Edison events, right, you can pretty much guess that you are actually a really good at the pretty much good at the game. Yeah. So it looks like the game's over here. I was ranting about like bad players. I know bad players just like occupy a space in my mind for longer periods of time than it should. So we're gonna go back to our gameplay here. They're gonna do their little post-match analysis here. We can actually see the side deck. Looks like Cameron puts out like Swap Frogs out, Vanity's Fiends out. Looks like a Vanity's Fiend. No, that's not a Vanity's Fiend. Skies. Yeah. Unifrog. All sorts of different things. I'm pretty sure Cameron won this one. I think he won the first one, and then he went to game two, and then I don't think there was a game three. So yeah, unfortunate. I'd like to get chats popping. You'll get used to it. Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. It's also my fault too, because like for some reason I have this brain that likes to remind me that there are like stupid people on the planet. Anyways, let's go on. We're gonna go on intermission to charge my headset because I'm wireless. So make sure to come back to the stream if you guys wanna hear more commentary for the next round.
No, the reason was because of the time. So I tried to like push some damage. Just made me be more aggressive. I would have not just summoned it like that.
Yeah.
It's because like I was like trying to try some, but that deck walls very fast.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you, like once time gets, if my life points are up, and then you have a Duke walk out. It's like,
So I was like, oh man, I decided I was solid.
yeah, that makes
I,
sense.
I was going second.
Going second and time is the worst part.
Like, I don't want to top deck that.
Well,
Yeah,
again, maybe you go 3-1 and we split this on
nice.
pay a little bit of your trip. How much is a plane ticket? Just like 100 something.
No, it was like 240.
When I went down to Orlando, it was like,
Maybe because we bought it like 2 weeks before the event.
I bought mine like a month.
Like Friday's the most expensive ticket you can buy.
Whenever I see something on Friday, if I have to on Thursday, by the way.
Yes. So we had like option for like 160.
Mhm.
It was gonna be like a 5 hour flight because they had like 2 stops, and we didn't want to spend 5 hours for like 2 options.
Right, and that would take so much time away from being a nest.
So it was like straight back and forth, 250. And the hotel was like 500 plus for 3 nights.
Yeah.
4 of us.
That's not bad. I mean,
That was pretty good.
yeah, 4 people, 3 nights. It's a good deal.
And then Uber, basically, but we're barely eating. Spend every day like an event for 8 hours, 7 hours. Eat.
That'll save you money somewhere.
The hotel gives us breakfast, so we just buy like dinner in the afternoon.
How you like North Carolina?
Very like spaced out. Everything's just crap.
Yeah, we're
The
not.
traffic is not that bad.
So,
We have a lot of traffic.
so you're from South Florida. Are you like from Miami area?
And
Because I feel like the nowhere area.
Sean Mercenary, he's in the Broward area. It's like a little bit, about 25, 30 miles up north, another county. He was driving down south to Miami to get better locals.
Right. I mean, we live there, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I went to Orlando, and then I went west side. I didn't go to Miami because that's the east side, right?
Well, Miami, yeah. So what's it called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to the west of there. Yeah, it was like
Like
$40, but
the west is like the suburb. I live in the west part. Back and west part, it's more quiet. There's traffic. There's traffic everywhere, bro.
Bro, I was watching the stream, like sitting over there. So I was watching Rolex night, and you're matching the same time.
Getting in for your next match.
This one.
Oh, yeah,
No, yeah. When they were doing their match, I was
Yeah.
watching and sitting over there watching Rolex match too.
so many frogs. And then Babe looked like a frog mirror.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a frog mirror? Oh man.
Frog mirror, another frog, only frog.
I saw it, yeah, I saw it.
What city are we in? Smith? What city is it? Smith?
They like frogs. Yeah.
You guys saw frogs as a
No,
frog runner?
Yeah, we got a lot of frogs.
Oh yeah.
I walk outside at night just hear croaking.
Croaking.
Yeah.
Yes, that's croaking.
That's croaking.
That's
My house is looking at this
there's a lot of frogs when the event started yesterday, but by the end, round of day one, it was like Black Wing Bio Heroes in the top tables.
Yeah. Frazier's, I need to take Frazier's top 4.
Top 4, yeah. Him and
Cairo.
Cairo, they top, and they would not play each other.
So it looks like Frazier's going in 3rd place playoff.
So he lost the top 4.
Hopefully Cairo, if it,
Cairo is a true hero, right?
yeah.
Cairo.
If Frazier's not going to win, I hope Cairo does.
And you're still playing top 4?
I don't know about that. I gotta see. But I hope so.
Yeah, our guy, Evo, he lost to Cairo.
Oh, he also got, yeah,
He too old.
yeah, I heard he was
He's like,
obliterated.
he played us like very well.
Was it?
Please.
You're gonna stream this. Stream here.
Oh, man. Hey. Or you just gonna watch?
This is just being uploaded, so you don't have to worry.
You're gonna be streaming that one?
I'm streaming this one.
Okay.
This is the recorded match. That's the stream. This is recorded.
You're gonna be in. You guys.
Don't show my belly.
That's gonna be a hard thing.
Get closer to the table. That's what I do.
Oh, the big lump is.
It's something.
Oh, you gotta get the trap eaters. These have to be showcased.
Man, I don't think we ever played before.
Nope. First time.
In person.
In person, yeah.
People have online forever, like FPS and go play.
Yes. Never played. Yeah. I'm surprised Rogan's here all the way.
Best person ever. I heard he's a real stand-up guy.
Cool.
Standoffish.
I heard he never played
I
a
don't-
cigarette deck.
I heard he goes in the time.
Yes, sir.
All right, round 2 is starting, guys. Not sure what they're playing, so don't ask me. We'll find out together. It'll be a together thing. But it looks like he has a winner's playmat. I think this particular store gave out a playmat for a 1K earlier. So it's a really cool playmat. It has like all the zombies and the diva all within the zombie world.
It's funny because 2016 is like when
I saw a short on YouTube where it was like a quiz saying how many monsters are in Zombie World, and I think that was like 10 or something. Someone said 10.
I think it was Necro or something. I don't remember.
I tried looking myself. I couldn't recognize any of those monsters
I
in Zombie World.
I hated playing
Maybe like
it.
one or
I
two,
never played it.
and they're like vanilla zombie monsters.
6.
Okay, so they're gonna roll. Let's see who goes first here. Roll for initiative. Player on the left rolls a 6, and player on the right will eventually roll once he's done shuffling. So the winner of this tournament will get $400 in cash prizing, just to remind you guys, and second place will get $200. I think so on and so forth. It's like 150 and 150. So third and fourth get the same amount of prizing. Here, I have the cheat right here. I'll find out. So if you guys want to earn cash prizing, show up to Big Boy Gaming's in North Carolina. Smithfield. Yeah, so third and fourth place get $150 each. Second place actually gets $300. So I misspoke. So this 1K tournament, I don't think the store is going to get much from this tournament. I think it's more like a charity event. So it's for the players. So if you guys want to join the event, pretty much they do this tournament for no cost, for no reward whatsoever. But be sure to support them by buying their singles. Alright, so player on the right side does not a T set, but what's the alternative? What is it called when it's not a T set? Gets Heavy Storm right away. Ultra Punished.
3, so that's 14.
300.
Yeah, you definitely want you should not set 2 if you don't have a way to deal with Heavy Storm. Especially if it's the first turn of the game. Maybe set 2 later when you generate a +1. Alright, so he attacks over the dandelions and he takes piercing damage from Bora. Yeah, against Blackwings, you definitely do not want to set 2 against them, even if you don't know if you're playing against Blackwings. So I don't. I definitely do not agree with that play. Because you want them to pretty much open up the whirlwind, and then so that if they open up the whirlwind, they can't heavy storm because if they heavy storm, they lose their whirlwind. So let them activate whirlwind first. So he sets back row here to the. He sets a monster after the losing life points and passes with no other back row. So pretty much telegraphing he doesn't. He didn't draw a trap card and he doesn't have any more other trap cards in his hand. Okay, so he special summons Gale or normal summons it. Does he normal or special it? I guess it doesn't matter. So he attacks over the token here. He attacks directly, or basically he attacks directly for 1700 because it does piercing damage. Attack for 13 here, and he loses the token. Okay. Question is, does he make an Armor Master pass? Most likely not, because he can sacrifice for Caius. So the feature match for Edison event is just an article no stream. Yeah, unfortunately, Konami doesn't like to televise their events unless it's the top stuff. But eventually, if you guys are big enough as a group, you'll be able to basically crowdsource a video coverage for Edison. They should definitely do that. Like any event manager can just simply just start like a GoFundMe account for coverages. So this way we would have more coverage throughout the world. Okay, so he attacks the hamster, and the hamster generates with. But yeah, that's what happened. That's another back row here. Not sure if I agree with setting another back row here to the Ryko. Draws to a heavy storm, and does he have a out to the heavy storm? He might have a solemn judgment. Nope, he has compulsory. Okay, so he puts the negative tempo on the Ryko, so now he has to reset the Ryko in order to get value out of the Ryko. Otherwise, that Ryko is a dead card in his hand if he chooses to do a different type of play. Okay, normal summons is a Lone Fire Blossom, so it looks like he's on the quick draw variant of plants. Or maybe not. He could also not play Titanial. But most likely he does. Yep, plays Titanial here. So he did use Colute earlier, so the question is, does he attack into the Gale? Most likely, because even if he does Colute, it would only go up to 2700 attack, and he loses 100 attack, or 100 life points from that exchange. And that would be a good 2-for-1. But he's just going to let the Gale die here, and now he has to deal with Bora next turn. Bora, even if he Synchro summons into a Goyo Guardian with the Blizzard, it would only crash into the Titanial. So that would be a way he can generate advantage. But most likely he's going to have to go into like a Catastrophist with the Blizzard if he does have it, and the Blizzard will be able to revive the Colute and make a Catastrophist and attack the Titanial to deal with it. But that's if he has it. So he activates Brain Control here. The question is, does he let it happen? And he does not. He tributes off the Titanial off the board. Let me think about this. So, depending on the life points, would I let my opponent take the Titanial? Since he's been taking direct damage, I would not let him take the Titanial. If he had full life points, would I let him take the Titanial? Most likely, because I don't think Blackwings can Synchro summon into a level 10 monster. But that's not the issue. That's not the case here. The case here is you always negate if you have that low life points. So he drops the Gores here, and then he's able to defend against the next attack. So he sets his Icarus attack in his hand, and it makes sense why he attack on an open board like that, because he does have an Icarus. So he attacks with Gores here, and most likely Icarus is going to come down and tribute the Bora here to destroy the token in the Gores.
Okay. Damage.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's asking for damage calc, I believe. Here, destroy the Gores, preserving the Icarus attack. But now he has to deal with the token, so I'm not sure if I agree with that collude. The token has a 1700 defense, so he won't be able to attack over the token. No end phase Icarus either, so this is going to be pretty... Maybe he wanted to see what he was going to draw for turn, so he passes it here. Draws for turn here. So does he swing, so shift his token to attack mode and then swing over the Bora?
Yeah.
It's likely.
Pitches on for a fact.
Quick Draw Synchron does typically have a high monster deck, high monster count. He does have the Raikou still in his hand, so I mean it's not too bad to crash the token into the Bora and then set the Raikou after. Definitely a lot of different plays you can do. Alright, so he reveals the Quick Draw Synchron, discards the Dandelion. Yep, so now we're in the Quick Draw territory. The game is getting more simplified as he brings out the tokens here. And now if he brings out the Drill Warrior, he's able to pretty much generate a plus, not a plus, but like a recovery hand every turn. Personally, I would have attacked with the Gorse token first before doing this play, just so that you can make sure that the Icarus is not going to interrupt your play. But it looks like it's not an Icarus attack because he's not choosing to do anything. It might be a bottomless after all. Priority. Okay. What do you do in this situation? You discard a card. He desperately needs like a Pot of Avarice for sure to generate a +1. Why not attack with a token if not to lose scores? Yeah, exactly. Maybe he was afraid of like a Mirror Force. Well, definitely not. Definitely because of the Mirror Force thing. In the prior turn, he was afraid of Mirror Force. In this turn, he's not afraid of Icarus. So I think he's still on the whole. He has Mirror Force.
That's why I put this. This is the worst. I put this to show that it's not the.
No,
this is the.
Gores token was sitting here.
He banishes his Drill Warrior instead of attacking with it, which is why none of his back row has been procced.
To show that it's different than this one. That's why.
I'm not attacking the Gores token. Yeah, I'm not attacking. There's no point for me to attack the Gores token. I have games.
It looks like there's going to be some rule striking happening here.
Oh, I don't know why I would do that.
So,
I'm gonna attack the Dandelion.
he might have declared the wrong attack, and the dice was indicating that it was a Gores token. So he's just saying, I'm not attacking the Gores token. So player just lets it happen, and then he dies. So another 1700 direct damage, and we go to game 2. Okay, so that was a pretty much tense moment here. And it makes sense that they're tense because there's a lot on the line. $400 for first place.
46-60.
Yeah, they go to game 2. Let's see, what would they side deck? If I was the Blackman player, definitely deck Devastation Virus is going in to deal with all their little monsters. Deck Devastation Virus is so good, Jesus. That card should be banned. That card is so good. It looks at their hand for like 3 turns. I mean, not their hand, but what they draw for 3 turns. It's such an unfair card. Like the only out to it is this is basically draw the out situation where like they had to out it with like my body's a shield, but the monster has to be face up on the field that has 1500 or lower. Because if the monster's face down and they activate Deck Devastation Virus, and you can't activate my body's a shield because it doesn't know if the monster is 1500 or lower. So as a quick draw player, you have to like take that into account. We'll side like 7 Tools of the Bandit sometimes because you don't have to blind MST or blind Dust Tornado. And it's good because with the quick draw warrior, Danny Warrior, they could technically side into Decree as well to deal with it. But it's tough. Decree's it would, especially since you played Debris Dragon. Thank you for streaming this and commentating playtest. Yes, thank you, Alex D. Yes, I'm doing my best here to provide you guys endless entertainment. Well, it's not endless, but it's close to being endless. So long as I stay alive. As far as the and what effect? The Danny Warrior is just trying to cheat with that action. Yes, exactly. Yep. But it's a tense moment. We have a tense moment here, especially when the pricing is for first place $400. That pays like for half of the rent in California for most people. Actually, not a half. Maybe like 45% of it. And then in North Carolina, I bet the rent here is a lot lower than California. So $400 would definitely pay for a whole rent for a whole month. So I can see why they're tense. Tense and sweaty. That's the thing about playing card games. Especially when you play competitively, you kind of have to be an asshole sometimes if you want to win. I mean, there's people who want to cheat you, and there's people who definitely want to win the money. It's tough. Morality is always second to rewards in America, especially. All right, back to the game here. We've already talked about what both players can side. What else can Blackwing side against this matchup? I think pulling the rug is a really good side deck as well. Pulling the rug can deal with the Breed Dragon and Caius. So those are cards that they can play. So it makes more sense for the quick draw player to counter side that and side in Decree. Yeah, the quick draw player always has to kind of like go into the whole like anti or counter siding mindset because that's what they're basically on the back foot against the meta. I think they have a hard time with Absolute Zero too. Absolute Zero is a menace to society. What else can they side deck? Maybe DD Crow for the pot and the Debris Dragon. Um, DD Crow is a wing beast too, so you can tribute it off for Icarus attack if it ever becomes dead. But I hardly ever see that play anymore. I hardly see people set DD Crow and Icarus attack with it. Mostly because it is kind of like a 2-for-2 exchange, and you never want to be trading 2-for-2 with Black Wings. You want to trade a 2-for-3 with the Icarus attack. But sometimes if you're playing against the Chamber matchup, the 2-for-2 is okay because the burn deck like minuses itself anyways, just to kill you. So yeah. Our earlier stream in the Underworld games, Enphase Icarus attack is really good against the Chainburn decks. So Blackwing's very versatile in that matchup. Alright, we're starting our game off now. He draws for turn and he activates Foolish, dumping the Dandelion, and then he's generating 2 tokens. Maybe he's going to play the quick draw Synchron play here to pretty much set up his lock, but it's too early. Maybe he'll go into first turn Stardust with the Debris Dragon. First turn Stardust is always really good. It's not really good against Blackwings though. So he's gonna go for the Titanial play here. He's gonna tribute the token here to get the Lone Fire in defense mode, and then tribute off the Lone Fire on the field for possibly for a Titanial. Personally, I don't like this play because he can summon the Shura, attack over the Lone Fire, and then Shura can get its effect to get the value out of the deck, and second over Catastor. But maybe he's baiting him into making the Catastor so he can Caius next turn. That's also an option. But it does have a higher defense mode, so being a 1400 defense plant monster means that Armwing and Bora will do less damage. So he sets a back row here so he can protect his monsters. It could be a Deep Prison, it could be a Decree, it could be a lot of different things. I think it might be a Decree, in my opinion, or a Dust Tornado to deal with the Dex Devastation virus. So he summons the Bora here, and he's most likely going to attack the token for 1700 damage. And by doing so, he can pretty much make sure that his next turn Shura, if he does draw into it, can attack over the Lone Fire and generate a +1. So player on the right takes 1700 damage with the back row. Then he sets 2 more back rows. And if this is the end phase, he'd be so good. Nope, it's a Dust Tornado. Okay. So we hit the compulsory here, and not the deck devastation fire, so he probably didn't draw it. Yeah. Honestly, as a Blackwing player, I probably wouldn't even set 2. I would only set 1. Because that could also be a Pro Storm as well. But I'm not sure if the players here do that play. A Pro Storm, I don't know if people even do Pro Storms anymore in Edison. I see that more commonly in GOAT in this format. So, yeah, that would have been a nasty Pro Storm for sure. Maybe the guy on the left has a Solemn Judgment set in case it is a Pro Storm. So we'll see. We'll find out in the end. Yeah. So he does a Dust Tornado. Okay. So he did. Wait, why did he? Okay, so he the Dandelion token, the Dust Tornado. Yeah, a lot of people forget that. That's the thing. Okay, so Dandelion protects the back row. Now he activates Heavy Storm to deal with the back row, and it's a Deep Prison. So it does not look like the Quick Draw player plays Royal Decree. Bora is going to continue doing a lot more direct damage with its 3400 damage, piercing. So that's one of the of Quick Draw is piercing. So unfortunately, he's lost a lot of life points. He's lost 34 and 17. What is that? 50, 51. But the Quick Draw player is at 2900 life points. Pass turn with no. Looks like he's setting main phase 1. Oh no. What? Oh, okay, so he just set and passed. Summons the Ashura that he eventually drew into. So now does he attack the face down? Most likely it's going to be a hamster. Nobody just sets a Raikou into a Bora. Okay, so he made the right read that it was a Kalute, so that's why he didn't attack. Takes 300 damage here, potentially. He did take 5100 damage, so now he's going to take 54. He's gonna get in yeah, he's gonna take 54 total, and so he's gonna be at 2600 life points. Okay, now he's gonna attack the face down. Yep, Snow Meteor. Snow Meteor comes down to basically block the Bora here, and now he's gonna be able to attack to kill the Bora here. Okay, so this is gonna be a pretty good spot for the quick draw player. Now with the 1 card to the 4 cards, I want to say. Yeah, 4 cards total. Looks like the tempo is gonna be swung in the Dandelion player's favor. He can definitely not do that. Can just straight out kill him if he does that. So you definitely do not want to do the debris play. You can definitely secure him. So he's gonna have to be careful about what he summons for this turn, or even set. So he sets 2. He does a T set, or he does 1 set. When Crow Soul Release Suppression from Blackwing, quick draw player plays Starlight, Maybes, Chopstone, and Blind Prison Mirror. Yeah, absolutely. I don't see a lot of people citing Shadow Imprisoning Mirror in America. Maybe it's a more of a common thing in Latin America, but I definitely don't see people citing Shadow Imprisoning Mirror as much. Bad plays for quick draw because the tokens don't do anything against Blackwing. Yes, that's exactly. Yeah, actually activating Foolish Burial to get a yeah, so he even set a Raikou too. That's very dangerous. Now he's at 1,000 life points now because the Raikou has 1,000 defense, so he just took another 1,600 damage. So you definitely want to be careful about your life points. And then oh wow, he just drew a Dark Arm. Okay, yeah, the game's over. All he has to do is wonder. Tragodia and Gores can't save him now, so it's over. Wait, did he brought it out main phase 2? Oh, he did. Yeah, so he's gonna go into the Debris Dragon play, and then leaving up his tokens again. So he's definitely gonna lose if he summons a Blizzard.
Hanging at this.
Hey, he summons the Gale here, attacks over the token. Looks like he doesn't have the Blizzard. Chooses the Icarus attack, destroying the token in the back row. Sets a monster so he can defend his own life points. And now we've pretty much reached the maximum, pretty much the maximum capacity and end the game. Otherwise, if quick draw plays long enough, it'll pretty much just keep grinding. It like quick draw grinds better than Black Wings does because of the dandy. What's his name? Draw Warrior. Because of the Draw Warrior and the Pot of Avarice, which he just drawn. So the Black Wing player definitely needs to draw some form of damage to do 1,000 damage, and he can win this game. Otherwise, this grind game is gonna be pretty much heavily favored for the quick draw player. He's running out of trap cards. He's running out of monsters.
No, they gloss. Okay. Gloss, yeah.
Yeah, right. Why would he SS? Yeah. Why was he? Why would he special summon dead in main phase 2? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Honestly, I would have held on to the Dark Arm for lethal, but now he's lost his Dark Arm and he's lost he's losing gas for sure. So once Blackwing is able to do 1,000 damage, that's when the game ends.
Pass.
But until then, Quick Draw is just gonna build that hand up real large. Looks like he drew a Black Whirlwind, so he can activate the Black Whirlwind here to summon the Sirocco. And then he's able to search his third Bora. So he Dust Tornadoes the Blizzard here, or the Black Whirlwind. So now he's gonna have to attack, and then he trades with the Hamster. So the Raikou here is pretty. He's gonna have to no effect the Raikou flip, or just and mill 3 and then tribute for Archias to deal with the Sirocco. And he cannot leave the Raikou out there because now it's a liability to every piercer in the game. He needs some sort of way to make sure that the Raikou leaves the board. Okay, so he's gonna use the effect of Raikou, so he's gonna tribute for Cyber Dragon. Okay, so not Cyber. It's not Kaius. Okay, so Cyber Dragon is on the field now and Raikou is off the field. Definitely what you want to be in the position here. But again, with no back row, the Blizzard's gonna be really good. He's gonna have to DD Crow the target to pretty much ward off the Blizzard. So he's hoping and praying here. He's hoping and praying.
Yes.
Okay, it looks like he just sets a card to the field. It might be a Vayu. Now he's gonna attack the Vayu most likely. Yep. So now the Vayu and the Sirocco in the graveyard can generate a Armwing, and the quick draw player is having trouble drawing back rows. So the Armwing's gonna be able to inflict 200 damage by attacking over the Cyber Dragon.
I mean, I would say that if it wasn't my deck.
So he summons the Sirocco here, and now that he has, so this is the end game for this game's end. So what he can do here is pump up the Armwing with the Sirocco here, and then attack over the Cyber Dragon for game. So, and that ends it. 2-0. Okay, so that pretty much GG's there. 4,300 damage in 21. That's yeah, so if you guys are planning on playing Quick Draw in the future, definitely do not leave tokens out there. As we saw in this game, the Bora was doing so much damage. It literally got him down to 2,600 life points. And that's such a... the greatest asset of Quick Draw Danny Warrior is the token spam, but it's also a liability against this deck. So that's one thing to worry about. Alright guys, thank you for tuning into the stream. I'll go back to the intermission break where I'll be charging my headset. I'll see you guys back when the round 3 starts.
Oh God, this weather this weekend is
Interface, just for.
Good luck in the
man. Good luck.
Yeah.
Hopefully my match was at least a little.
I love the whole horror thing.
I mean, I had no other choice.
Yeah, we had no choice because we played with girls. Yeah, we had to fit. We had to pull spirit. Oh yeah, yeah.
I did Danny, something so that puts it so that I have one. Yeah, no, I think it gets blocked out because of because of it makes it so that a lot of the first are
Basically,
flip. There wasn't a lot I really needed. If I would have drawn the guys, so I'm going to draw I would have drawn it before instead of having to soundtrack it, it would have been because it would have banished the monsters, so you would have been able to make exactly. It is.
I took a 20. I was a 7,000.
Yeah, that's why like game 2 I side out.
46, right?
Especially like the game where like I thought about that, but the thing is, the top ways. Yeah, but I want to be dealing with war one, so
Yeah, there's no.
defeat can't answer wrong.
But you have to be power.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to do that. That's
It's not good enough for that. That's what's like about it. That's why I'm in the first place.
yeah, no. I just I go back. I don't love the best. I just like how flexible it can still be, really, like overall. It's just that like it's better like if
Yeah, it's possible. It's a 5 Easter.
If Black Wings aren't the popular deck, then it does a little bit better. But unfortunately, Black Wings is not nice. It's what it is.
But I love it.
But it's just like playing Black Wings so much.
Especially when they
Yes. Yes.
stand by. Attack. Good. Good.
Round two is paired.
Game, brother. Bro, the front mirror is like that, man. It's the worst mirror. It is. It's whoever gets vacuums first and just it's the out. Very simple mirror, man. The values as fast as possible. And you probably don't. And I couldn't sell it because you had yours, so I had yours, and you never let me, and then you had another one. Oh yeah, open out. You? Yeah. Like the draw super poly is the one time you don't ever have this like the arrows. Have you talked to Fraser about the girls? He doesn't like it, but I feel like I like it really good. Yeah. He didn't like it before. I know he didn't. Wait, you mean at all? Like he didn't like it before. I think it's yeah. I talked to him about it, and he agrees with me at least now, or he did at the time. That it's like the only interaction. I don't sign up versus normal frogs, of course, but we need two of them. Yeah, yeah, but it's you. Because the heroes are low. And I knew you were for some advantage. Yo, it was not raining hard. Like when I looked, last time I looked, I think it's crazy. I was at the convention center, and when I took the Uber back, I reminded we're 5 miles from the venue. Bro, 2.5 miles into the drive, it looked like there was like a level 6 hurricane. It was crazy. It's like that. I was like, geez. If you don't like water, wait a minute.
Probably gonna be like on there with this again.
Oh, trust me, I don't know. Oh yeah.
Oh, who is here? All right, so yeah, YouTube music. Targeting me. Oh, yes, you do. No, no. I mean, You have 0 to 2 times in the game. That's crazy. Doesn't matter. You have a super. I'm sending any hero in my deck to the grave as long as I can send it. Right here.
Let's get one.
Yeah, it got a little dicey because I was down to one card and of course I cut it. I was like two yesterday. Cut it to one. That's like my bad. Yeah, that was I was could have been bad for me. Somehow he had crow because I said broke him first. And oh yeah, if you got crow there, I'm happy.
To be fair, you were kind of on the back foot, so you were gonna do that thing.
Yeah, that was like
You
that
didn't
was
have
my
the luxury of waiting around.
my other card was I don't even remember what it was. They're not like 5 minutes. They're not. All right, everybody got game modes.
Who's your phone?
Ramon? any of the switches?
Not recently, but I haven't.
I've been trying to come down for them, but
I went like the first tournament that they had there that had like people.
I played you in the last round.
I don't remember which one that was. Oh, you're playing Ferry, right? Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is one. Bless you.
So now,
No, we're reaching with the time starts. It's like the preview their stuff, and you have the thing you can't use extra deck.
yes, and Ariba, the dark one, is the best Monarch ever made. Doesn't target.
I heard that deck was crazy.
That deck was crazy, and the mirror match was very skill intensive.
They had a quick play that tribute to Dar, right? Or was
Yes.
that
Yeah, because like a lot of random decks play that because you can just summon vanities on their turn, or like you can summon vanities majesty, which you get that card.
Yo, did I ever show you my token? Oh. You're gonna love this. You might be able to jealous.
That's sleazy.
Thank you, thank you.
You wanna know too.
We're almost ready to start, guys.
Whoa.
I got a custom made. It came out.
Alrighty, so we're back here. Sorry if I wasn't responding to chat. King Vegeta, are there any Dragon Turbo or Trap Dragons doing good? No, there's no Dragon Turbo or any Dragon decks at all in this tournament. So, yeah, unfortunately, Dragons are not going to see another tournament. Dragons is one of those decks where your friend takes it to your locals and tries to cheese everybody. You're playing the deck. Let's say that deck's pretty good. I think that deck's really good. It has a lot of like turn-to-turn plays. It protects your dragons, especially the Prime Material Dragon. Heroes just won top 64 match on stream. Awesome, dude. Are we talking about Edison format, Nocturnal missions, or are we talking about modern format? Because I have no idea what heroes do in the modern format. I used to know when I was playing Master Duels, but I forgot. So I have no idea what they do. Alright. The next round is going to be starting pretty shortly. We just have to wait for everybody to be situated, and then we'll start.
Okay. Are you done with this one?
Well, both players have their stuff ready, and not sure who decided to go first. I missed it completely.
You go first.
Yeah.
Okay.
How you guys all doing today? On a Sunday, watching at your home. Heroes in the main event. Yeah, so that's awesome, dude. I'm glad that Heroes is doing well in today's format. Although I don't know, have no idea what they do. I think they OTK, right? Don't they OTK nowadays? Or do they build like a board with like Shadow Mist? Is that his name? Dark Law, sorry, not Shadow Mist. Did they build a board of Dark Law and some uninteractable card? I'm not sure.
Hey, did everybody report?
It is currently raining here in North Carolina. I just found out that it rains constantly in North Carolina, and it also has thunders. So very different from where I'm from. I'm from California, where it's always sunny and shiny, and when we have rain, we think of it as a blessing. It's one of those states. And then when it rains 2 days in a row, we just think, what's going on over here? Is this going to be a thing? For the main event, is anybody famous on the top 64? I heard Patrick Hoban was in top 64. Is he still doing well? All right, so the game starts now. We're gonna get back to our game here. Everything's situated here. I think they're just gonna decide to play. So we got a hero matchup here. Player on the right activates E emergency call. Most likely he's gonna be on hero because only hero beat plays E emergency call. They don't play it in Diva Heroes to search for Stratos. Searches for malicious. You play E emergency call in non-hero beat. Okay. Basically, he has one back. DB. I don't think they play other back rows that are real. Geki break. Play on the left activates Swap Frog, sends it to Treeborn Frog. Holy smokes, that's an ulti. Right Geki break gets flipped. Frog to trading an M.
I'll go main.
Basically, DV hero player draws return. Checking with Stratos here. Here he just scores, and then you have basically a 2700 beat stick on the board. So he blessed the Gores pretty well here, but frog stuff like deep frog lock with substitute. Looks like he does neither. He summons the swap frog and sends another treeborn frog to the graveyard. And most likely he's just gonna pass here with the treeborn on the graveyard or on the field. And maybe he'll set a back row. Nope, he's gonna rely on his battle fader potentially, or Gores or Tragodia. But I'm pretty sure he doesn't have Gores because he didn't drop it last turn. So he tribute summons for Malicious Edge here. That's gonna be 2500 damage to the face. So this is gonna be a very face. Swinging in for 2500 damage, and then no Tragodia looks by the looks of it, because Tragodia can come down after battle damage. And then Stratos comes in for 20. Oh, it looks like it was a Tragodia. Or Battle Fader, sorry. So, wow. So even with Battle Fader, he took a total of 2500 damage. That's crazy. Okay, so here he can bring out Light and Darkness Dragon, but I would not suggest playing that. Running over, if he does do that, he can run over the Malicious Edge, takes 200, but then he has to deal with the Stratos. Tributes to the Treeborn Frog, or the Battle Fader for the Stratos. The Battle Fader should be in the banished area, so I'm gonna go remind them real quick, so that in case.
Standby. Normal summon?
Okay, so he brings out Treeborn Frog here and summons Substitute. Hopefully he can establish a Do Frog lock. And then tributes off the Treeborn Frog. So the Frog player always tries to thin out the deck by basically summoning, going through all their Swap Frogs. But it has to be done methodically. Swap Frog, a Substitute.
Yes. Sure.
He could end on, and it would, because just this matchup is pretty interesting. Okay, so he's gonna tribute for a Dupe Frog here. Not sure why he did this order. Now he lost his Substitute, and he won't be able to end on a Dupe Frog. Yeah, this is. I don't think he knows the line of play,
You summon subset at the start.
because it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Substitute and Dupe Frog. Okay, I see.
Go ahead.
Who's Frog? He does the extra line, extra normal summon. So now he has the Dupe Frog lock. Dupe Frog is different than Marauding Captain. If Marauding Captain is both on the field, you can actually declare an attack directly, just because there is, I think that was the ruling at the time. I'm not sure if it got like changed, but for you Frog Monarch player, which we heroes. Stream on Edison and that? No, there is no stream on Edison. There's no streaming for a side event. To make Edison like a televised thing, we will not have. So we're gonna have to rely on small content creators like myself and other people to go to these events, set up their expensive camera equipment to basically stream.
They have a sitting cutie.
Alright.
One card in hand, right?
Cheers.
Alright. Position. And now with the, what is it, 2 water monsters on the field, that Absolute Zero is going in for 3,500 damage. So the attack order should be Absolute Zero to the Dupe Frog first, in case he has Gores. Yep, he does the attack order correctly. So now he's going to take 3,400 damage. He goes down to 4,000.
Yeah.
He pretty much has lethal if he doesn't have battle.
No, the activate world.
So he's most likely going to go lowest to high. He could attack with 24 first to make him go down to 16. But the Gores, yeah, so he's going to go lower size.
Never game?
Okay, so then he takes 24. And then for 600 damage, if
Didn't say anything about this. It took 24 and then it dropped.
Yeah, that's fine.
for the next turn he can just target itself and burn him.
600.
So now he has to deal with the token and the Gores.
Goes to about 6.
Yeah, so where I'm at right now, I'm currently at North Carolina, at a shop called Big Boy Gaming's. This is a shop that basically does Edison every week, and they like to throw big ones too. So this is a 1K event where first place will get $400. Second place will get $300, and then third and fourth gets $150 each. So definitely show up if you want to gain, pay your rent. So pay your rent playing your hobby. Okay. Here, I think he bounced back his so that he has lethal for the next turn. So that's a pretty smart play on the left turn player, putting him on the 1 turn clock. So if he can't deal with his current board and Treeborn Frog, he can just tribute for guys to target itself and inflict 1,000 damage per game. He summons a Junk Synchron here to get the Treeborn Frog. Here he can make a Armory Arm to equip to Gores, and then inflict. Okay. Attacks Assault Frog and it's game. Okay, wow. So that was a reverse. Yeah. I didn't know what the life points was, but he was at 3,700 life points. So what is that? 3,700 attack Gores attacking over Ryza would be. Is that the? Do they take burn damage equal to the stat of Gores? Right. So it's 37 minus 24. That's 17. No, that's 13. And then 13 plus. No. Not at Nationals in North Carolina. What do you mean? Oh no, I'm not at Nationals. No, I'm in. It's about 30 minutes south of Nationals. Gonna be like super expensive. He attacked the frog. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Oh, I see. I see. So he burned for. Yeah. So my question was whether Gores with Armory Arm or anything with Armory Arm inflicts damage equal to the stat of the equipped monster at the end of the day. So in this scenario, he took 3,700 damage. So no matter who you attack over, as long as it is an attack. I don't know about that. 30 minutes. Yeah, I guess it's a short drive. North Carolina doesn't have traffic like California does. I don't like traffic. I hate being in like standstill traffic, even if it's 30 minutes. The weird thing about North Carolina is that they, if your car breaks down, where like otherwise it'll be towed, or yeah, otherwise it'll be towed by the expense of the government force because. So if you drive down like the highway of like most of the North Carolina highways, you'll notice that there's a lot of abandoned. The sound is cutting it, bro. I'm sorry. Testing 1, 2, 3. Alright, I need to go closer to the reception. That's probably I was too far from it. Dang. Let me think. How do I do this without talking too loudly? Okay. Let me just do this. Okay. Okay. Cool. Do I sound fine now? I think I sound fine. I did a sound quality test. How am I sounding, guys?
You're so bad at that point. My voting hand was like Diva, Diva.
Alright, so where was I? TKR store, did you hear my explanation about Gores and Armory Arm? And yeah.
Sometimes I want to play it, sometimes I don't.
30 minutes to short drive? I don't think so. I generally do not like traffic. Um, the sound is cutting it. Yep. Okay, we're caught up.
Not yet. Kyron was so.
Right. So in this mirror match, it looks like a mirror match because both players are playing heroes. In the mirror match, people side deck Vanity's Fiend usually, just to make sure that no special summoning can be had. But if people know that people are siding Vanity's Fiend in the mirror match, then maybe they side deck Soul Exchange so that they contribute without having to worry about Vanity's Fiend. Because typically the tribute fodder for Monarchs in the mirror match is Treeborn Frog. So if you can shut off Treeborn Frog, then you need to out the card that's shutting it off, which is Vanity's Fiend. Okay, player on the left side does a T set. So most likely it's going to be a Dupe Frog set with a pulling the rug or some sort of like interaction with the Monarchs. He dumps the Treeborn Frog off of 12 Frog, and now he's contemplating whether he wants to attack. He declares an attack willingly. It looks like attacking a face down with Swap Frog doesn't seem right. But he's contemplating whether he wants to activate the back row to Swap Frog. Okay, so Econ, he takes the Swap Frog. Okay. I don't know if I like that play.
Go ahead.
Looks like he tributed off the Treeborn Frog, so I guess he did that because he wants his Treeborn Frog to be live. But I felt like that's a misplay to set the Econ to begin with if he had it. I don't know. This feels a little weird. Econ could also be used to shift the Vanity's Fiend to defense position. So I don't know why he did that. Alright, so he tributes the Treeborn Frog for Vanity's Fiend, so now he's on the up foot. So now he has to figure out a way to deal with Vanity's Fiend. Activates Egan Emergency Call. So the Stratos won't be able to run over the Vanity's Fiend, but Stratos with the enemy controller could shift the Vanity's Fiend to defense mode and run it over. That's assuming that the hero player drew the enemy controller and plays it.
We got one of the mini cards, like the half size. No, second, please. Second and third got.
Yeah, second and third both. That was the third, fourth one.
Yeah,
Right.
So I know that
Let's see if he draws it. He searches for Malicious Edge here. Looks like there's only a target in this deck. He might play Ocean too, like the guy on the left. Does a set, so it looks like he wants to activate Regeki Break to the Vanity's Fiend. Otherwise, he should have just declared an attack on the Vanity's Fiend. I guess he was afraid of like a Mirror Force or something. But you definitely want it to be a Mirror Force so you can set your back row safely. If it's a Regeki Break, because that back row could be like MST. So he summons the Alias. Wow, okay, so he's playing like Alias in his Frogmar deck. Alright, 2400 damage. Regeki Break comes down.
Go ahead.
Alright, discards the Malicious Edge. Okay. So it looks like he didn't have enemy controller in his hand, so yeah. Treeborn Frog comes out now that Vanity's Fiend is gone. Alright, good old grind, the grind games where you just sack for Kais.
Yep, good. Sounds good.
I'm surprised he sided into Alias, unless he main decks it. I'm not even sure what deck this is. Alright, he tributes for Vanity's Fiend, now he can run over the Alias. Activates Econ to shift to the defense mode. Looks like Econ's putting in a lot of work. Okay, so now he could just summon another monster and attack over the Vanity's Fiend. Yep, summons the Ocean. Attacks Ocean first. Okay, so obviously it's not a Mirror Force, because that's an easy flip. Could be a Raigeki break. Okay, and then I get attacked with 1900. So this is definitely a very different variant of Frog Monarchs.
46.
It plays Ocean and it plays Neil's Alias. And you know it's Frog Monarchs because it plays Econ, so he didn't take out those cards.
Counterstrike. Yep. Yep.
Maybe he didn't want the Hero Frog player to add the frog back to hand. Yeah, I can see that too. Super Poly in the side maybe? Yeah. Is that a deck nowadays? Like, are people just playing Super Poly in the hero decks just because of the what's that guy's name? The Super Gemini monster, the fusion that takes two Gemini monsters to make.
Plus 900. Yep.
Because Hero Beat's pretty popular now. Frog Hero Mirror looks like that, yeah. You could take it. I guess you can fuse. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I guess you could fuse your hero monsters with their water monsters.
5071, right?
It is
So
5271. Yes, sir.
unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to do it on a Treeborn Frog in the main phase because they have priority to tribute for Caius.
You have 3 cards in hand? Or 4?
But it makes sense if they have like a dupe lock. But I don't see myself making a dupe lock against the mirror match. So I don't think that's a reason where you want to activate Super Poly in the mirror match, unless you're going for game. Like if you're going for game, I could see that as a really good play.
Normal summon? Priority?
But I feel like it's a win more card.
Response?
Like, is there a board that's common in Edison where you can Super Poly the water monsters away and your hero monster?
Yep. 3 in hand.
Yes.
I personally haven't seen it. I think people mainly cite it for against Hero Beat just because of the aliases. Sometimes there's two alias beating down your face, and then you just go, all right, Super Poly, fuse away the two alias, and then make my super. I don't know what that thing is called. Super Alloy Dragon. Does anybody know the name of that card? I actually don't know the name of that card. I'd have to look it up. Super Alloy Dragon.
Okay.
I heard that there was like a lot of those that new Gemini deck at Nationals. I guess that's good too because you can Super Poly away Giga Plant
Going to bounce off hand.
and Blaze Butterfly.
Right.
I can't believe that deck just it's like a new invention in the modern deck building. So there's an android in the field. I'm not sure how it got there. Most likely he made a
500.
I don't know how he made it. Junk Synchron? Yeah. So he made it with Junk Synchron. Summons an ocean and takes out the alias and then attacks for 1500. So if this ocean doesn't get responded to, he can retrieve his Stratos back to his hand. So it puts on like a weird pressure on your opponent. The opponent have hero 2, yeah. Yeah, the opponent does play heroes, but for the Super Alloy, you need 2 Gemini monsters. So it's less likely you'll have 2 Alias in the Frog Monarch or the Frog Hero matchup. Hero Frog matchup. You'll most likely have 2 alias, like basically just 2 aliases against Hero Beat. Okay, so he brings out Dreamworld Frog here, always contemplating what to do in the main phase, because you have the first action. Okay, so he's gonna go summon the Junk Synchron here to target the Swap Frog. So with this, he can bounce back his Junk Synchron, so he can have another move. But this move is kind of weird. Even though Swap Frog its effects is negated with Junk Synchron, for those of you guys who don't know, it does have the ability to bounce as a cost. So you can bounce back the Junk Synchron back to the hand, and then to do a normal summon. But if you don't have another frog, you can still do that play. Okay, so he has to Synchro Summon here, And looks like it's gonna go for a Goyo Guardian play. But he could also go for Bryanak, bounce the android, and attack over the ocean. That's also another play he can do. But he would have to waste a card out of hand just to deal with the android. He can make a level 5 synchro, but there's no synchro that deals currently with the both of the board except for Bryanak. Okay, so he doesn't decide to do the play that I predicted. He's gonna discard a card to ditch the android. He discarded a Unifrog. Oh no, it's Small Frog. And attacks over. Okay. So now he has a clear board, and basically, if he wants to bring out a basically put him on. Do you have the Monarch for the next turn? No one size Soul Release. I think it's super OP card. Yeah, it's a really good like card to ensure that against Lightsworns they don't have a JD, or if they do have JD, it's a dead card in hand. This place is getting noisy. Yeah, you want to make sure like they don't side it against you because you can hit the Treeborn Frog and the like hero, basically the hero package or the water. I personally don't like Soul Release in the mirror match because if they already have Absolute Zero out, Soul Release doesn't do anything to them. So I'd rather have a card that can do something to deal with the Absolute Zero on board, rather than just to wait a whole turn that goes by and then activate Soul Release. So that's my thoughts on Soul Release. Like, sure, you can activate it right away when you draw top deck it, but if you're staring down a whole board, would you rather have that or Lightning Vortex? Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's a tough call for sure. All right, so it looks like the game was won by the guy who had the Brinac. Unless he top decked Monarch, I didn't catch it. Oh, we'll go back. Yeah, so it looks like he did. The Brinac player won. Interesting. Okay. Okay. All right, so now it's gonna be game 3, I believe. Was it game 3? Yeah, it was game. This is gonna go to game 3 because I did see the Vanity's Fiend come down. All right, so now that on the right side we did see the left player have basically he sides into hero beat almost or main decks it. So what would you do with that scenario? Can you even is Vanity's Fiend even good against that matchup? Well, if you have a Vanity's Fiend up, how are they gonna deal with it with the hero beat package? Well, you would need Alias with something. You would need Ocean with something, and so you would need like enemy controller. Those are common cards that people play to make sure that Vanity's Fiends can be ran over. Uh, I should lose Lightning Vortex more. Yeah, the weird thing about Lightning Vortex is like it's like a good card in specific situations where your opponent is committed to the board. It's good against like control boards too, like Vanity's Fiend locks, um, and the Dewfrog lock too. Um, the only thing I have against Vanity or Vortex is that it's not a card that wins you the game. It just helps you win the game. So yeah. The cool thing about Vortex though is like you could use it better than any other deck because you have Battle Fader. So say you're like your opponent likes to commit like a whole like they're trying to go for game, right? And you go Battle Fader, and then the next turn you can go Vortex, discard a card, destroy all their monster. Like that itself makes it so that your deck plays Vortex better than any other deck. And you also have Treeborn Frog, so you can just discard a Treeborn Frog, and then you have value in the graveyard. That's what I like about Lightning Vortex in Frog Monarchs specifically, but I don't like it in any other deck. Unless you can discard things for free. Like maybe a Volcanic deck that plays Shell, you can go like Vortex discard the Shell. But again, that any deck that uses Volcanics typically doesn't play Battle Fader. So I don't know. What do you guys think? What are your thoughts? It looks like the game's already started. Alright, so we have a Shadows, an ulti Shadows coming down, and he's searched for probably Alias. Alias, Prodigy is another good one card that you can play in your deck. But I guess if you're playing against a deck that sides Vanity's Fiend, Prodigy is pretty bad. So, yeah, I guess he most likely searches for Alias.
Good.
Okay, so Stratos is up on board. He sets a back row to the Stratos. And now Cheapborn Frog is going to come out.
Are you going main phase?
Yeah, Frog Monarchs is one of those decks that could be very predictable, right? Like, after the Treeborn Frog comes down, it's either A, they bring out a Monarch by tributing the Treeborn Frog, or they summon Junk Synchron, assuming they have a level 2 monster in the graveyard, and then they'll make a level 6 Synchro play or a level 5 Synchro play. That's pretty much it. Sometimes there'll be an enemy controller that comes down to steal the monster, but ultimately it's those two things that are going to happen when Treeborn Frog comes down. Or they contribute Treeborn for Vanity's Fiend. So which one is it? Takai's, yeah. So you can either target the Shadows here, which you would because you don't want the Miracle Fusion to be live. So by targeting the Shadows, you'll be able to make Miracle Fusion less valuable. Because the second you make it so that your opponent has to discard cards to the graveyard for the Miracle Fusion to be live, is when you're in a better position. Like Miracle Fusion, even though it brings out a really good card, it requires setup. And if you can ruin setup, you'll also make it so that your opponent tries to make the setup again by discarding stuff or playing suboptimally. Alright, so he draws return, he sets a frog most likely. So this turn he can just bring out a Treeborn Frog and just do rinse and repeat. Another Caius, another Ryza, a Junk Synchron. No, there's nothing to revive off Junk Synchron, so has to be another Monarch here. Cameron was playing Diva, Deep Sea Diva in his deck, so he can just make Synchro plays easier without relying on Junk Synchro. So I'm not sure if what's better. I think personally the Deep Sea Diva, although it's great, you'd have to play Spine Gilman in your deck, and I hate drawing that card. With Junk Synchron, sure you do have to set up to play him, but your whole deck is level 2 monsters that you can revive. So there's a trade-off for sure. Looks like he goes for the Vanity's Fiend, attacks over the Dupe Frog, attacks directly for 24, and it looks like no damage. It looks like nothing's gonna happen afterwards. Okay, so he's staring down 2 monsters here. Lightning Vortex would be good in this situation. Because now he can't deal with the Vanity's Fiend, unless he has Soul Exchange. Yeah. See, this is going back to what I was saying. If he has Soul Exchange, you could just tribute off their monster for your monster. You could just go, alright, I'm just going to activate it on targeting the Vanity's Fiend, tribute it off, and then target the Kais. So now he's kind of in the back foot. It's looking pretty bad for him. For sure. He has a banished Stratos. He's top decking. He's hoping to top deck into something.
Super Volley, Gores, 2 Monarchs,
And the opponent on the right side has like, yeah, it's game. All right, cool. Wow, yeah. According to some of the players here, they think that the Frog Mirror match is very unskillful. But I don't know. I don't feel like that's true. I feel like there's a side deck card out there that could like make or break this matchup, and that side deck card is Soul Exchange. Sure, I mean, I guess Vanity's Fiend does stop the Battle Fader, but again, they still have to draw the Vanity's Fiend. So their chance of drawing Vanity's Fiend is as high as you drawing the outs to Vanity's Fiend, if that makes sense. So, I don't know. And we just talked about Vortex, and Vortex is an out to Vanity's Fiend. Yeah, it looks like he there. Oh yeah, it looks like he does side the Soul Exchange, but only one, and he sides a DD Crow too. I don't know. DD Crow is okay, I guess. It's good against Miracle Fusion.
So I didn't know if you were gonna say.
It's good against Miracle Fusion.
Okay.
Game 1, I got Kaiku. Turn 2, and
Do we know what the guy on the right side did? Because he didn't show his side deck. They're having a post analysis talk, but the guy on the right's not sharing anything about the deck or what he sided. Personally, even if you 2-0 your opponent, you should always talk with your opponent anyways because it's a Swiss system, and if it's a Swiss system, you want your opponents to do well in the tournament. So, like it's like tactically advantage. It's strategically what's the word I'm looking for? Advantage? It's just strategic to talk to your opponent and help them out. Like it's like never good just to be the guy who 2-0s your opponent, goes GG, wraps up your playmat, and just walks away. You want to help your opponent because if you lose later on in the rounds, right? If you lose later, they're the players that are going to like carry you for tiebreakers.
I gotta buy it.
So this is a pro tip for you guys. Always help out your opponent, even though you 2-0 them, 2-0 them, even if they're rude. Like teach them what you know, right? Teach them what you know, and then they'll become better players so that when they perform better in the tournament,
Hey, good match, man.
because they're your tiebreakers in Swiss. All right, we're gonna go on intermission break. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're gonna go wait until the next round starts, and then I'll go back on live commentary. Stay tuned.
That was rough.
that's not anything about that. Like, I had to draw solution, but that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you play 3 of them? You played
I
3
played two. I played 2. I saw
between your side and your.
Yeah.
I like the whole like hero package.
Yeah, I should play Blizzard. I just don't. I don't know. I probably will put it in, but Prodigy's like not good at it anymore because it's just like, but you kind of just have to have it. So it's like an easy sign up.
Prodigy gets locked out by Bandits too.
Yeah, and it gets locked out by your run 3 blind or whatever. And you're not playing like a lure. Honestly, might just like play like Ocean and like 2 Ocean, maybe 2 Alias.
Right. Actually, go repeat that.
Yeah, one Alias is I kind of like it because you can kill a bandit when it's in defense.
Not the best day. So.
Yeah, that's alright. You side both too. Just
That'd be like a better side deck. Especially kind of side deck.
something more like Soul here. Yeah, Vortex. They got something else here.
Expansion ground would hit Gamimg.
Oh, it's 1200. Yeah.
I lost to Hero Beast going Hero Beast.
Okay, so it would be a sun. We also
Team Rod.
It's almost there, but it's not. Anyone else dropping? Very far.
Matter which one. You can exchange. What's this one? This recording? I haven't figured out a way to like. Worley battle. A Worley battle.
Yes, it is.
I think I'm getting set up. Losing that. I was like at the event all day yesterday. I was like, to enter a list. I think so.
All right, we're back. This is gonna be the final round for the tournament. So this is gonna be the last round. Most likely, the after this is gonna be top cut, but the top cut is top four. So they decided most likely to split top four prizing. So it's gonna be 250 each. So most likely this will be the last round. For those of you guys just tuning in, we're at Big Boy Games, Big Boy Gaming's in North Carolina. So if you guys live nearby, check out the store. Pricing is really good here. A lot of Edison players. 94. They have 94 people showing up to their big events. So definitely show up. Yeah, last round before top cut. So on the left side, we have our Frogmark player that we had last round, and then on the right side we have Hydro Pump. If you guys know him, He's going to be playing, I think he's playing Black Wings today. So, yeah. Okay, so he's going to be playing Black Wings, and most likely it's going to be a game where they have to trade favorably with the Monarchs that come out.
Oh, we can start. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of started.
Yeah, Kai's is really good in this matchup, so we'll see what happens here. So the person who won the die roll is the guy on the left. Summons a substitute here to get the Swap Frog. And Swap Frog is going to dump the Treeborn, and then he's going to use Swap Frog to bounce back himself back to the hand. Okay, and most likely he's just going to pass 1-0. Took a sneak at his hand. It looks like he's playing Murray of Greed, the guy on the left. Might have been another spell card, but it looks like Murray of Greed. Yep, looks like on the right, the guy is playing Black Wings. He sets a back row and passes. So, yeah, Dust shoots right away. So he leaves absolutely nothing on his board because if he does bring out a Monarch, he won't be able to target anything because he doesn't have anything to target. So it'll have to target itself. So this is a way of conserving damage, making sure you don't take unnecessary damage. Ugh.
Are we? That's there you go. Yep. Good.
Looks like he's doing some calculations on the side. That's kind of weird. Oh, maybe he just wants to set up his life points. So does he choose the Gores here? I think I would choose Gores. He could take the Battle Fader. Maybe that's what he's doing. He's calculating how much damage he can do. But if you choose the Battle Fader, you have to deal with Gores. So, yeah. So I guess he chooses the Ryza here, and he's gonna choose his battles, which is Gores. Pretty good hand for sure for the Frogmar player here. So what's gonna happen here? He's gonna summon the Swap Frog and attack directly. That's all he's gonna do. Yo, what's good, family? What's up, Team Beaver? How you doing? How's California doing right now? I heard that GX Gamers in LA expanded their store. So they were once this like really cramped store, but now they pretty much bust open a wall in between the next store, and then now they have two. Because basically their room was getting filled like every single tournament. So what's the jurisdiction on that one? What's going on over there? Is that true? Yeah, it is. It is gonna be really hot in LA. What's the temperature out there? Unless you mean like, there's a lot of people showing up there? Is that what you mean by hot?
Stand by. What are you looking for?
Team Beaver, respond to me. Okay, so he draws return here. Like last turn, he just passes his turn, the Blackwing player, and now he can just take more direct damage to the face with Swap Frog. You probably don't want to leave a Swap Frog out there just because Bora can pierce you. So yeah. So he's gonna do it anyways. He's gonna summon the Junk Synchron to make a level 5 Synchro. But he can make an Android. Android is the best Synchro against Blackwing because you don't want to make a Catastor. Catastor is only cares about non-dark monsters.
43, 37. One card in?
It's hot in weather and people. Yeah, dude. GX is the new baby Franks. Yeah. Hope so. Frankston is really far from where I live. Does Hamed buy cards? Because I didn't think he did. Unless he got a really sweet deal out of it. How many people are showing up to the Edison locals at GX Gamers? Maybe I'll show up. I do live in California after all. The only issue I have with that is he plays music. And the whole thing about me is that if you play music while I'm recording you, I won't be able to monetize off the stream. which is unfortunate.
From
You don't go there anymore? What happened? Is it GX Gamers not cool anymore? Is everybody just going to Table 1 Gaming for Edison? Or are you just busy?
I have one monster.
Okay, so he summons the Shadows here to search for the Malicious. And he adds it to hand. So it looks like he just did a T set and passed. Pretty much conserving his hand. Most likely that's an Icarus attack with the Bayou set. So you would probably Icarus attack the Android and the Shadows. And leave the Treeborn Frog out there. I see a Sirocco in his hand. He's most likely gonna keep the Treeborn Frog alive if he does have an Icarus. And then supposed to summon a bunch of Boras and pierce the heck out of that Treeborn Frog. This way you play around the Battle Fader. Looks like it's not his first time playing this matchup. He kind of knows what to do. It's kind of scary. Just enough people for a tournament. Oh, I see. I try to go, but it's far from where I stay. I see. Yeah, it's pretty far to go to GX Gamers for me as well. I remember back in my early days, I was going like consistently just to record the games there, and they were having a good showing. It's just that I just found a better place. I just found a place that does like no music, and also a lot of people go there for Edison. Table is closer and better pricing. Mondays and Wednesdays there'll be 10 plus shows. Yeah, I've seen. I know Swift D, who has like the who's also an Edison content creator. He goes there like all the time. So he's always doing coverage. The thing is, he only covers his own game. He doesn't cover other people's games. So I could go, but I don't want to. Like the other thing about Table One is that they do play music too, and they don't let me set up my stream setup because it kind of gets into the walk wave. That's why I don't go, unfortunately. I would love to go to see you guys. I haven't seen you guys in a cool minute. So it looks like it was an Icarus attack, but he does let his Vayu die, so it might not be an Icarus attack after all. It could be something else. It could be like a... I don't know. What could it be? Who knows? It could be like a... What do you guys think it is? What do you guys think that back row is? Because he summoned monsters. The trap card stayed. And he attacked and nothing happened. So I don't know what it is. So it looks like he's going for the Bora play where he wants to pierce the Treeborn. If he has like triple Colute, that could be game. So he goes for the Gale. So he can half the Treeborn defense to 50. Yeah, it looks like he's just trying to go all in on one attack. If he has another Bora or Colute, let's see, how many damage is that? 33, 5,000. Colute would be 6,400. So you'll put him down to 16 with the Colute. A second Colute would be 70. Lost my train of thought. 78? Yeah. It was cool when you would go to GX. Yeah, it was cool. I actually really liked going to GX back in the day. Always blessing us with that Yu-Gi-Oh knowledge. Yeah. Blessed. Yeah, I have a lot of knowledge to share about Yu-Gi-Oh because I basically do my homework. I like go online and like learn as much as I can about Edison, and then I share it with you guys. It's kind of like I work as an intern. I work at the internship at edisonformat.com or something. I'm like a monk who like opens scrolls, like how Doctor Strange was studying ancient magic, when he was in that dimension, and he would like read all these books on magic. I'm the same way, except I'm learning Edison. I'm like the Doctor Strange of Edison, except I'm not cool like him. Benedict Cumberbatch batch. He's too strong. He's Sherlock Holmes, man. Can't beat that. Alright, So he halves the Gale. What happened here? Did he steal? Oh yeah. What? Looked like he flipped over his trap card and stole his Bora. So now he decides to half the Stratos, I think. Yeah, and put a Stardust on board. Iffy. So I think the reason why he halves the Stratos is because he doesn't want. He knows that he'll probably crash the Stratos into the Stardust, so that he can make his Miracle Fusion live. So might as well get something out of it. He just has a Dark Arm. Wow. So he's gonna pop the Android here and leave the Vayu in the Strato, the Sirocco. A pretty strong board, but he now has a dead Kalut in hand, and what he's gonna do with it.
Stand by.
The back row, I still don't know what the back row is. So we'll see. Alright, so we have a 900 attack Stratos on board. And now is the second Econ gonna come down to steal the Dark Arm? Maybe the set card is like Book of Moon to play around the Econ. Takes the Dark Arm. Okay. And then now that he has Treeborn, he can just take it. Oh, it might be Solemn Judgment. It looks thick enough to be a Solemn Judgment.
Again.
Doctor Strange of Edison. Yep, exactly. Except Doctor Strange is cooler in every single way. Alright, so he brings out the Treeborn Frog, and now he's out. So now he can just basically... I don't know what he does. I mean, I guess he can just Miracle Fusion without crashing the Stratos. I don't know why I thought that it's like the best play would be to do that. It's actually the suboptimal play. You just activate Miracle Fusion and right away you don't have to like crash the Stratos. Okay, so he's a Dark Arm in his possession, but he has one Dark. And I wouldn't, if he banishes here, he could just Stardust, negate, and destroy his own Dark Arm. I don't know about that. I guess the Stardust, but this makes it so that Stardust stays alive. Unless like he's going for lethal, I don't think that's the move, right? Yeah, so he negates and destroys the Stardust. So Econ turns into a 1-for-1. The Stardust will come back.
Make sure it's one. Yeah.
He puts the Stardust on the front of the graveyard so that he doesn't forget. See, pro tips to remind yourself. Just put the card on top. Alright, he tributes the Treeborn for Malicious Edge. Malicious Edge will have to go around the Klute though, unfortunately. He's probably checking his graveyard for Klutes, but he doesn't have it in the graveyard. What do you do here? What I would do is Miracle Fusion if he has it, banishing the Stratos and the Substitute in the graveyard. Attack with the Absolute Zero into the Bora, and then even if he has Kalut, the Absolute Zero will destroy both the Bora and the Kalut. If he decides to drop Kalut. So he'll have to take the damage.
And go ahead.
The Frogmar player's in a good spot, for sure. Okay. Wow, it was an Icarus attack. He held the Icarus attack. That's crazy. He had that forever, dude. Alright, so he makes the Stardust here, and the Icarus attack takes out both the Absolute Zero and the Malicious Edge. Really good play on the right side. I would expect nothing less from the Table 1 players here. Okay, so Stardust is on the board now. Can he do enough damage? He does have a Sirocco and a Vayu in graveyard. So he can put at least 4,800 damage on board. He can also summon another Blackwing and then Klute. So he's going to go for the 2,300 damage. And then he's going to go for the 25. So it puts him down to 3,200 damage. 3,200 life points. Looks like he drew MST for the turn. So he sets it. So a cool interaction with MST and Stardust is that if he does try to steal the Stardust, he can go MST target the Econ and then negate with Stardust, so that he no longer has the target for Econ and also Soul Exchange. So that's definitely why he set the MST. For those of you guys who don't know why he did it, that's why he did it.
13, no? Yeah.
It's a pro play. He's a pro play.
28. Yep. What?
Okay, so he makes a Rise of play and then he bounces back to Stardust back to the extra deck. And then he tries to attack over the arm wing, but he has Collude. So with 3,200 life points, he goes down to, what is it? He takes another 1,300 damage. Yeah, 1,300 damage. So it brings him down to 20. I can't do math in my head right now. 32 minus 13. That's 18. Yeah, 1,800 life points left. So all he has to do is attack directly with armor and he wins. I think he's trying to play around the Battle Fader if he does have it. But what are you gonna do? Does Blackwing have a card that can like revive a monster from your opponent's graveyard, so you can just pierce it? Isn't there Shallow Grave? That would be an interesting tech in Blackwings. Just like Shallow Grave, and then have them revive a monster and just attack it. So you can play around Battle Fader.
Okay.
Then DD Crow the Stardust. Yeah, exactly.
Outfits. 13 spec.
So he has an MST set. He's gonna summon the Blizzard here. He still has to figure out how to deal with the potential Battle Fader. Attack. Attacked for 1,300. Yep. And he has a Gores. Okay. That's a misplay. You should not put the Gores in defense here because the arm wing can just run over. He can just run over Gores with the token. Wait, is that game? Wait, how much life point does this guy have? He just took Oh, I see. I just did the damage. I did the life points ahead of time. Oh. Yeah, I definitely should. You should definitely not have attacked the token with the arm wing. You should have attacked over the Gores because the Gores only has 2,500 defense.
Stand by.
Now he's forced to do a Dark End play. So now Dark End's at 2,100 attack. Yeah. So think of it this way. So if he attacked over the Gores with the arm wing, right? Then the token only has what 1,300 attack. None of the monsters on your current board can run over 1,300 attack. No Monarch. Okay, this is kind of weird.
I think so. Maybe. Stand by.
Armoring has no effect. Oh, I see, I see. Alright, thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for that. I forgot about that. Yeah, so he didn't misplay then. Yeah, because Armwing can just, yeah, Armwing should just, yeah, that's right. So he's not priced into doing the Dark End play. Yeah, because I saw the Blizzard and I was like, did he make an Armwing? And so in my mind, that Armwing had an effect. Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. You're right, you're right. You strong. You guys are right. How many people showed up for the tournament? I think it was a low amount. It wasn't as high as they thought they would. They normally have 90 players show up to these things, but Nationals kind of took away their customers. Konami always doing that. Shallow Grave up on the market watch because of Hamster Raikou Caius meta. Probably. Hate that we don't know how we didn't make it to BBG. We will be there for the next one. Yeah.
31 to my 60.
Like to even say the word 90 people showing up to a tournament
700 to 28.
at a locals, like that's insane. But it wasn't 90. I don't know the exact number.
Stand by.
But to be fair, like Nationals was like literally in the same weekend, and it's a 3-day event, and they hosted this on Sunday. So because they hosted this on Sunday, and Nationals is still going on, everybody's all like, "Nah, I want light and darkness mats. I'd rather play in the side events to get my light and darkness mats than compete in an event where I can win $400." Yeah, exactly. It's wild.
This card?
Yeah. I don't think Shallow Grave will go up in market. I think Shallow Grave is like a very niche card that you would play in Blackwings, just so that you can play around Battle Fader.
You 18 and then second turn.
Right? Like, would you play a card just so you can do piercing damage
You took 1,000.
and
so
win
you'll
for
get
game? I don't know.
that.
I might.
That'll be 7. And
I
then
just don't play Blackwing, so Blackwing best deck, but at the same time, I don't want to play best deck. Alright, so I'm not sure what happened in the game, but I see a Whirlwind and a Bora, and he attacked over Kalut. So it looks like Blackwing player is in a bad position despite all the good plays he was doing. So with Swap Frog, he can bounce back to Kai's. Yeah, that's pretty much it, dude. He needs to top deck a really good bird, like a Shura or something. The life point seems to be low on the other side.
that's what Black and was doing.
He just needs to draw a really big bird. Yep, so he scoops. Yep. Yeah, it's weird because the guy on the right was playing like almost perfectly, right? He only he did low commitment plays the entire way. He set one dust shoot pass, flip dust shoot, leave nothing on the board, so that he only summons a swap frog and attack him directly. And then he still lost, right? Like it just really goes to show you like sometimes you just can't win. I think someone from Star Trek said the same thing. Like you can do everything correctly and still lose. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But to be fair, it's also game. It's a best out of 3 games, so the side deck is gonna make all the difference. The man on the right is gonna side deck like so good against the Frog Monarch player. I just know it. Monarch is a bit of polarizing deck. Yeah, it is. Cause they just summon one guy and like the whole tempo of the game changes. It's like I have a Caius with 2400 monster. This Caius literally banished your Blackwing that relied on the Clute. It relied on Blizzard to like revive it. Like Caius is just like so like I don't know how to say it. It's like the most disrespectful card you can summon against Blackwings. But I have no doubt in my mind that the guy on the right will find a way to side deck appropriately for this matchup to where it's like literally unwinnable. It's unwinnable for the Frogmara player. Yeah, game 2 and 3 really does depend on whether your opponent draws a side deck. Absolutely agree with that. But also in game 2 and 3, the pulling the rugs come in, right? So people side in pulling the rugs for Frog Marks, people side in Mask Restrict. As a Blackwing player, you probably don't want to side restrict because you can't Icarus attack. But most likely Icarus attack's going to come out of the deck anyways. So let's think about it real quick. So if I side in pulling the rugs, the frog player has to side in pulling the rug hate, like MST. Uh, Also, if you're playing Frog Monarchs, you want to set up your dupe lock, right? If you set up your dupe lock against Blackwings, and they side out their Icarus attacks, right? Then now the dupe frog is like really good. The dupe lock is really good against Blackwings. So you kind of get into this like whole psychological warfare, like should I take out my Icarus because Icarus is really bad against the deck, but if they make the dupe frog lock, then you're kind of like what the heck do I do? So I don't know. What would you guys do, knowing that dupe frog lock is a thing? Would you just keep in the Icarus attack even though it's bad against frog marks? Because they could choose not to do that play, right? They can just choose to go Treeborn Frogs, sacrifice, banish your bird, disrespect, right? I don't know. That's a tough one. Do you just keep Icarus attack in and then side in the pulling the rugs? But then the pulling the rug is really useless against the Icarus, the Dupe Frog lock. Because what they're gonna do is they're gonna summon the Unifrog. I'm not sure if the guy on the left plays Unifrog, but they can go Unifrog, attack directly, and then pop the pulling the rug, and then I don't know. It's a tough matchup for sure. But I have no doubt in my mind the guy on the right will figure it out. He's undefeated table 1. He'll figure it out. He'll figure it out for us. We'll find out. I'll take Mask any day over Icarus. Yeah. As a frog player, you'll take Mask Restrict over any day over Icarus. Yeah. Because like the whole Frogmarks deck, they don't even rely on tribute summons at that much. They can go into like Junk Synchron plays, they can go Miracle Fusion plays, like it's whatever. Black Wings can summon Black Rose pretty easily, yeah, they can. But I think generally they just make a how would they make Black Rose besides Gale? Gale on a level 4. Because once they use up their Gale to make up a level 7, they just basically oh, as a Blackwing player, you can summon Black Roses. Yeah, I can only think of Gale. I guess Sirocco and Vayu in a level 1. I don't know.
I was wondering if you were just gonna like.
I had game and I wanted to force a start. If he wouldn't have starters, I had game that turn.
If you make Black Rose against Frogmarks, I think Frogmarks is probably going to be in a better position than you are. Because you just made, you traded in 2 cards, possibly a back row that you committed to like nuke the board. And then the Frogmark player usually has a large hand size. So, I don't know. Toughy. Like if you Black Rose a Duke Frog lock, they just search twice with their 2 floaters. I wonder if there's a card like that can put back Duke Frogs back in your deck without playing Pot of Avarice. Because then you can just Duke Frog lock them again. Alright, so the game's starting. The guy on the right drew Dust Shoot for his opening hand. So the set card is most likely going to be like Pulling the Rug or MST. Let's say he's note taking. Is note taking allowed in Edison? Because it looks like he wrote down like all the card names on the notepad over here. I thought it wasn't legal. I guess who cares? Because he brought a notepad and he's writing down his like side deck. I was told that it was illegal to take notes down during Edison format. But this man just wrote down the entire hand after a dust shoot. Bryanak is an out 2 or dark end. Yeah, I guess so. Bryanak's a neg though. Like Synchro Monsters like suck against Frogmarks. I hate to say it. They absolutely suck. Because Bryanak, like, you have to pitch 1 card. I've heard the same thing about note taking. Yeah, like this man is literally just like Dust Shoot. Let me look at your whole hand. Oh, it was an oppression. So yeah, MST and oppression. Really? So this man sides oppression against Frog Monarchs. Makes sense. Looks like I see a Pulling the Rug in his deck. So the oppression could hit the Junk Synchron and the Miracle, but not the like the Monarch engine. I mean, it hits the Subtitoad too, I guess. So it makes sense the way he keeps it in. All right, so now he's gonna commit 3 back rows here. Yeah, and we know one of them is Pulling the Rug. We saw it. So if he does sacrifice for a Caius, and since he knows his hand, he's most likely gonna do it. All right, would you, as the Frog Monarch player, tribute that monster for a Cyber Dragon instead of a Monarch? Or would you go for a Monarch, knowing that people side deck Pulling the Rug for you? Because essentially, I think what the Blackwing player does is that he sides out like Deep Prisons, Mirror Force, because those cards kind of blow, right? And then so the Cyber Dragon's going to be able to go in and attack directly for 2100 damage. But if you summon a Caius or a Ryza, it gets Pulling the Rug. Wasn't legal. This tournament allows it because most of Edison is online on DN, and you can't prevent no taking. Yeah, that's true. True. Depends on the judge. I think they're okay with it here though. So he still has a Cyber Dragon in hand. I'm not sure why he's not tributing the monster. just to like, because the more time you give Black Wings, they're gonna have a hand where they have like all the piercing damage in the world. So I'm not sure what he's waiting for. Like, summon a monster, attack him. Like, don't give the Blackwing player time. Maybe he's playing around Sirocco, but Sirocco was always a thing. He has a monster set.
Stand by me.
Okay, so now he's gonna summon Shura. Now he's gonna attack over the Duke Frogs, trade with the Kalut. He's not gonna attack. Okay. I have no idea what's going on now. So now, if he sacrifices for Caius, then he gets pulling the rug.
Yeah, because tuning 1, 2, and does for herself.
Okay, that's just. That was just. I guess this is a 2 for 2. So now he can't sacrifice for Caius, and now he can't summon a Cyber Dragon.
One in hand or two?
Yeah, because he waited for the Shura to come down. Now, if he summons Cyber Dragon, he has to fear Kalut. Whereas before, he could just summon the Cyber Dragon and start attacking. I don't know, dude. And he's setting monsters still, so he's letting his Sirocco be live. Okay, so he's gonna. This is basically the same game state as we had, except Icarus is gone. So is he gonna sacrifice for a Monarch? Is the question.
Summon successful. Target.
3, 2, 2.
Alright, so he's gonna activate Black Whirlwind here, double Black Whirlwind, and summon a Sirocco. So he's gonna Dust Tornado one of the Black Whirlwinds. And so he's still gonna get a search off here. What would you search for here? You can get a Gale. I don't know. Gale seems pretty bad. You know what he can make? He can make a Stardust and protect his pulling the rug with Gale. So he can go Gale, pump the Sirocco, attack over the set monster, and make a Stardust. But since he set so many back rows, it kind of telegraphs that he has Solemn Judgment set or Starlight Road. But I don't think Starlight Road's good against Frog Monarchs. So he's kind of telegraphing that he has a Solemn Judgment set, a Pulling the Rug, and another card. So instead of making a Stardust, make like a Thought Ruler so he can't steal the Thought Ruler with enemy controller or Soul Exchange the Thought Ruler.
Draw. Yep, stand by.
I kind of feel like Blackwing is the beatdown here because it has big pushes that mostly get outed by Monarchs, Econ, Soul Exchange. Yeah, it's just too much. You just can't wait. The longer he waits, the more likely it is that Frogs will win. Oh, I see, I see. Probably. But then Whirlwind's a card, so yeah. So what happened? Why is there a Treeborn? Did he just flip over the Treeborn? Okay, so Kai's comes down, so Pulling the Rug comes down. I think he searched for the Blizzard, right? Or my trip? What did he search for off the Whirlwind? I wasn't paying attention.
Go ahead.
Alright, so Pulling the Rug gets resolved on the Kai's here, so now the Frogmark player is on the back foot. He's gonna have to rely on Battle Fader to save him from damage. Oh, looks like he searched for a Shura, so he's going down the chain. So Shura's gonna come down here, he's gonna search for a Bora. I guess he could search for a Bora, but that shuts him off of synchro play. He could search for Gale. Let's do damage here. So 2000, 18, 38. 38 in Gale is 40, 53? Yeah, 53. So he could put him on the clock. 53, and so he'll have 27 life points left. Like, this is the time to do it for Black Wings, is to press damage. So he gets a clue here. Choosing not to get the Bora.
35 Game 6, and I took 24, and I took 19.
So he's probably going to do 3,800 damage here, and then next turn, if nothing happens, he could just use the Clute with all the monsters on the field and pump up the Sirocco, attack, and then drop Clute. Put him on a clock, basically. I also see that he attacked with Sirocco first. Interesting. Yeah, because he knows he has Clute in hand, so he can attack over the cores with Shura and Clute. Okay, so he goes for the Battle Fader. Not sure if the left turn player is trying to bluff Gores, where he like almost drops it, but then he like shuffles his hand and then drops Battle Fader. So I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure if the guy actually has Gores. I can't really see, but that's a play you can do. It's to telegraph or give a false telegraphing for Gores. Yeah, he's just for sure. Thank you. Yeah. Like Blackwood's like pretty committed here. So 2 Dust Tornadoes and an MC has been resolved, so most likely that Whirlwind's gonna get infinite value in this game, just to get a lot of pluses. Unless he draws Heavy Storm, but I don't think that card's gonna get resolved. I think he has Solemn Judgment set. And if I'm being fair, I think it's probably Solemn Judgment's probably the card in the middle. The middle between the 2 back rows that are set.
Target the
Looks like he has another DD Crow in hand, so I can deal with the Treeborn Frog. It's gonna Econ target Sirocco, I think, so he can pump the Sirocco and attack over the Shura. Those back rows, I don't think those are attack declaration back rows. I think those back rows are gonna be like specialized back row, like Solemn Judgment, not Book of Moon. I don't think Book of Moon. Maybe Book of Moon for the Econ. Yeah.
Yep.
Can I raise real quick? Yeah, because it's sent, right?
So he's probably contemplating whether he wants to Solemn Judgment the Econ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I personally would not do that. Okay, so he's gonna go Icarus attack to neg 1. Okay, so it was Dust Tornado. Okay.
Straight up.
Okay. Siding a Dust Tornado
Yeah.
for Frog Monarchs. Is that a good card? Is that a good card against that matchup?
You mind
What
asking
does Frog Monarch
them
play
if
against
the
Black
problem
Wings? Is there a back row that kills Black Wings in Frog Monarchs?
It does.
It does.
Okay.
Does anybody know
No,
why he would side Dust Tornado against Frog Monarchs? Because I don't know.
I'm going to
Maybe to hit Regeki Break.
You have 2. One of them is no Kalu, right?
I actually do not know why he sided Dust Tornado. I'm clueless on this one.
Yeah, man. Andrew, why are you doing this, bro? Like, make the game easy.
I'm absolutely baffled by it.
Oh my god. Things that I think make me think too much. Okay. Question.
go ahead.
Junk.
Maybe he was counter-siding MST, like if they set MST and then end phase Dust Tornado. I guess that's a play. Okay, so he summons Junk Synchron, special summons Cyber Dragons, normal summons Junk Synchron.
Yeah, I just started.
Okay, so that answers the question earlier. He does keep his Icarus attack in, just for the Do Frog lock. Okay, so he's choosing the Synchron to a level 8. Does he make Colossal Fighter here? I would make Colossal Fighter.
No guy.
No way, not like this. Oh my god.
Or Thought Ruler. But he has to deal with Clute, so Colossal Fighter. Has to be Claws Fighter.
Or still fine.
Stardust is not effective here.
Yeah, nah, take it back.
Wait, did he already use Collude? I forgot. I don't think he did.
I think we should probably we'll probably get like an extra minute.
That's also.
Maybe because he didn't have enough to take out. I see.
I didn't put it in.
It hits Regeki Break, Bottomless Compulse, Torrential against aggro decks. Yeah, I can see that. Wait, who won the Edison tournament yesterday?
0, 1, 2, 3.
At Nationals? Faded Face? Are you referring to the Edison tournament at Nationals, or are you talking about a different event? Because I don't know what the different event is. But for Nationals, I wasn't. There was a day 2, so there was a day 2 of that tournament, and it happened today. So you'll have to use other content creators to find out who won that tournament, because I don't know. I heard that Fraser Smith is in the finals, was in the finals. But I don't know if it's the finals or the top cut finals. So yeah, and I also think True Hero was there too as well. So if you can find those two guys somewhere. Was time cold? I don't know if time was cold because they have a dice on the board indicating a 1. Looks like he makes a Stardust on the board instead of a Colossal Fighter. A Colossal Fighter or a Thought Ruler. I don't know if I agree with that because Collude is in his hand, we all know that. The Dew Frog is negated, so there's no reason why he should... I don't know why he made the Stardust. Dew Frog is negated. Does Junk Synchron negate only for the turn that was brought out, or forever? I'm pretty sure Junk Synchron was an old text that negates the text forever. So I don't know why he made the... Okay, well, I guess it doesn't matter because he had a Blizzard to deal with any synchro he made. So Goyo Guardian's gonna come down here now to steal his Stardust. Now he doesn't even have to use the Collude in his hand.
Are you 3-0, right?
Oh, I didn't realize it was gonna be a top cut for Edison. It might not be a top cut for Edison, but there's definitely day 2. There's definitely a day 2 for Edison. I'm not sure if they're doing top cut. So I'm not at the event right now. I didn't honestly, if we're being honest, I didn't have fun at Nationals at all. Nationals was like there was way too many people there. The event was poorly ran. I would not go to Nationals for a side event. I would go for a main event because, you know, at least the staff is on it. But the side event staffs were just tragically bad. And for the money that I spent to get there, I don't think it was worth it. But thankfully, there are 2 other tournaments in the state. I can just go and do coverage for the stream as opposed to being at the Nationals event. There was way too many people at Nationals. Okay, so he decides to make a Brinac play instead. He can discard any card to basically bounce a Stardust. And he does. He discards a Vayu that he searched off of Whirlwind. Pretty smart play. So now the Vayu with Sirocco. I'm pretty sure he had a Sirocco in there, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had a Sirocco. He can just banish the Vayu and the Sirocco for more damage.
Got it. We'll go with game 3. So how do they ask him how they want to do it in time?
No, it's just more turns. More turns on the first damage.
Okay, so now he's gonna attack with the Armoy here to do no piercing. And the question is, does he attack with Shura and Bryo? He does, and it's win. Okay, so game 2 goes to the guy on the right who's playing Black Wings. I knew he was gonna win.
No, because you didn't have to.
I just knew it.
You just go like, you play 4 turns, so 2 turns each. And
Not sure what's going on. They're discussing something, but the game should still be going on.
Do it like that. I don't know.
Unless the guy got DQ'd or something. I don't think he did.
I won game 2 in time, but he won game 1. We just
Oh, it's time?
1, 2, 3 in game 3.
So have you guys
we
started?
can draw because Yes, please.
Have you guys started?
Oh, I guess they played at the time, and this that was like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't think it really matters.
So they're
Yeah,
just
I think
talking about it. I'm not sure what's
I'll
going
be okay
on.
with the draw.
Okay, have you guys finished with
Haven't found any list for Nats yet. Yeah.
The game, brother.
There are usually like a lot of videos. So just search up like NACQ Edison deck list or something.
That's a grinder.
Man, that game
And if
won.
not, then you'll just have to wait because I'm not covering that event.
It's trying to hang in.
I went yesterday, and there was a day one event for the Ultimate Time Wizard event,
I opened 6
which was the one that capped
so
out.
it's like Sirocco, Baker, Flora,
And
Blizzard.
and that event hasn't ended, so there's no point in getting a deck profile. And I tried to join the side event, and I didn't win. I didn't win the only one that I got in. The second one, they just took my money because the event ended. I asked for my money back, they wouldn't give it to me. They just gave me packs. I basically paid $15 for 3 packs.
I just drawn the best.
So it looks like time was called, and so because
I'm like,
looks like they're siding.
it's the thing I don't like. I'm not used to playing prop. I'm used to having like a little.
Are they siding? I don't see his main deck anywhere. Oh, there it is. Okay. Are they going to? Yeah, it looks like it was time after all, because he's putting the deck away. So because the guy on the left had the most wins in time, and he also probably had the most life points, he probably won the match. Unfortunate for the Blackman player, but that's how Frogmarks win. They win by stalling you out in time. They win in game one because you don't have and then you side into the back row to beat them, and then they win because time gets called, and then you have the most life points.
200 each.
Unfortunate for the Blackman player, for sure. But it's top cut, so I think that's the last round. Let me check if there's going to be another one. That depends on if they want to split the prizing. Stay tuned for the next round.
Where do you guys come from?
Miami, Florida.
Oh, okay. So you guys probably want to drive back.
Yeah. Well, we catch a plane tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Yes.
How was that?
It was good. I like your plays a lot.
Man, Hydra just straight up grinded me that game one. When I had everything.
Fortunately, time's an issue.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can't be here all day.
It was a draw. It was a real draw, not like a fake draw they did to you. Yeah, we went into game 3 on time, so.
I don't think anyone did damage to each other.
Well, we didn't really fall.
I got you one video.
Alright, so four. Go. Alright, so top four, what are you guys gonna do? Who's top four? Good. Split even if 15, play out. Alright, good. So, one against four. So, originally you played Barbie, Ramon, and played Prince. You guys wanna go to explore, yeah, both, features.
What table am I in? 1, 2? What table are we in?
I don't know. I think two. I think we're at two.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I think we're 2 because Hydro was 1, so you go into the first table.
So whoever loses this round gets 115, and you got 700 left.
You play Hydro, so you're
400, 300.
in this too. So where what?
So whoever loses this round gets 150 bucks. The remaining two players have played for 400 and 300.
Gotcha. Good.
I didn't get to play enough video yet. Plus, I'm not here.
That's what I was asking. Is like,
I didn't bring my Pokemon.
I don't
Oh, you just went to that one tournament and then stopped playing.
but I just borrowed my friend's stuff. That's
This is my Yu-Gi-Oh match, unless I wanted to get the other one, but we didn't come down.
On the ride one.
The Embryonic map is crazy.
Of course, it's pretty.
Yeah.
man, it's great.
Okay, so they're gonna do a top cut for the tournament here. So we're gonna be doing 2 more, or maybe 1 more. Sorry. So there's gonna be 1 more round after this, but for now we're gonna televise this one. I don't know this guy's a new guy to the top 4, so I don't know who he's playing. But I do know the guy on the guy on the right is playing Black Wings.
At least it's not modern.
I'm gonna fades.
Modern's
Well, I think we were both at 8.
Hey Brett Perez. First was Vayu, second was Diva Heroes, third was Amara Tillis Burn. That's sick. That's sick. Showing some love. Thank you, Mary Berry Picker. Thank you. Do you have lists at Brett Perez? Yeah, do you have lists? I don't think so. I think he was just at the event. I think he was at the event. He just, asked everybody.
What's the 6?
It should be uploaded soon, though.
Oh, I'd rather do high roll.
Go to, there's a guy that's going around doing deck profiles. So, his name is Asian with Cards. So, find him on YouTube. He is doing deck list coverage. So, find a guy on YouTube called Asian with Cards. He usually uploads it as quickly as possible. So, maybe today, later tonight, he'll have it on. So, check it out. I lost to Ameritil's Burn round 6. Oof. I don't even know what that deck does. Honestly, it's one of those decks that nobody plays. So I don't know what it does. Hey, what's up, Jason K? How you doing? Okay, so let me just adjust the camera angles because I can barely see the cards.
What do they roll on YouTube, right?
What?
They broke this on YouTube.
Yeah, this is live stream. That's
Oh, they're all
this is a recording.
Okay, cool. Where is Big Boy Gaming held at? It's in South Carolina. So if you drive 30 minutes south of Raleigh, North Carolina, you'll be here. You'll meet the store. The town is like really interesting. Like I've never seen a town like this before. The the architecture here is really different than what I'm used to. They do not. I believe Asian with Cars is doing deck profile. Yeah, exactly. So check out his YouTube profile, or yeah, his YouTube channel. He'll do the deck profiles for those guys, assuming he does it. He's a pretty active member in the Edison community, so he's also a very busy guy too. So he would like to do more Edison content. No problem, Jason. All right, so game started. Let's chill and. Okay, so Eagle Emergency Call was played. Summon Stratos, search for Alias. So it looks like he's on a hero beat. Not sure if it's gonna be hero beat with Alias or, I mean, with the Diva heroes or not. He summons the Shura and he falls victim to a bottomless. He sets backward to pass. Looks like the guy on the right holds the Heavy Storm. I do see the Heavy Storm in the hand. So he wanted to trade the Shura. Okay, now he's gonna summon the Alias here. And it's a battle of the bottomless because he lost his alias. Maybe he has Gores here? No Gores? Okay. I don't think Black Wings play Gores anymore, do they? Because of Black Whirlwind? I know some variants of Black Wings do, but not all of them. I know Value Turbo plays his Gores for sure. Alright, so he summons the second Shura here, still holding the Heavy Storm. Attacks into the Stratos, walks into a prison. Yeah, it looks like he's having a rough time here. The hero beat is pretty much controlling the board with the traps, and he's doing damage with Alias and Stratos. So a pretty simplified game. Game one. Not many things going on. I didn't know about Edison until this year. I missed so many tournaments. I love the nostalgia of this deck. Yeah, yeah. Well, definitely, it's definitely coming back. The nostalgia is going to be your nostalgic thirst will be quenched. And then eventually you're going to have to figure out whether you want to play this format because it's a skillful format and fun, or because you want to play modern format again. Alright, so he activates Heavy Storm when Gemini Spark and Hero Blast is set. He summons a Shura, the third Shura, wow. That's an annoying amount of Shuras. So he's able to resolve the Shura effect so he can get the Vayu. And Vayu and Shura can make a... Oh, never mind, he's going to go for Armor Master, right? Armor Master's better, right? But he could also make a Catastor, and the Catastor can deal with most of his monsters. With Armor Master, I guess there's no monster that can beat over it in Hero Beat, except for Gemini Spark. He draws Return, he draws the MST, activates it to destroy the MST. So now he has to find a way to deal with Armor Master. Puts the Alias defense mode and he sets back row. No point in bluffing the Honest in hand because Armor Master doesn't take any damage. And he also doesn't die by battle. So you have a 2500 Spear Reaper on the board. The question is, does he attack still even with an Alias in defense mode? He summoned the Blizzards here to revive either the Kalut or the Shura. If he makes a Brio here, he can bounce the back row if he's afraid of it. That feels pretty bad. Because I think he's still at 8,000 life points. I think he is, for sure. Okay, Torrential's aboard. Wow, that's a really good Torrential there. Torrential got rid of the... Okay, so he can follow up with the Silverwind. Silverwind can swing for 28 here.
It's a lot harder.
Maybe.
Okay, so the guy on the left's pretty much putting a body language where he has nothing, where he puts his hand on his face. So pretty much a sign that he doesn't have anything. Stacks into a ocean. Okay. So now he needs a top deck miracle. Activate E emergency call. Ugh. If he plays like the Captain Gold version, he can run over the Silverwind. Oh, he bottomless. Oh, he Dust Tornadoes the back row.
You're at 38 by 20.
Oh, he does it on resolution. Okay. So he's able to play around the Gemini Spark. I think the guy on the right read that he has a Gemini Spark set when he basically elevated his body to like a posture where like, oh, I just drew a monster that I can use for Gemini Spark. So that made sense why he would Dust Tornado there to make that read. To Dust Tornado before. So now the Gemini Spark is dead. Because if he had summoned the alias, he would have been able to Gemini Spark and kill the Silverwind. So now he has to waste a alias summon. I don't know if I would set alias here. I probably would have kept it in my hand just in case I draw a Gemini Spark. I'm pretty sure he has the life points to sustain the damage. So now he's gonna have to rely on Miracle Fusion or back row. Okay, Deep Prison's here. Any Book of Moons, yeah, that's rough. Let's say he didn't have the Book of Moon here and he Deep Prisons, right? If he had that alias, he could just summon and attack his life points directly. So now he has to deal with this. Like, life points is a resource. So I'm not sure if I agree with the setting of the alias there. Wait, he can Death Tornado while the guy is searching for a card in his deck. He can do it on resolution. So if he goes like emergency call, add the alias to hand, on resolution he can go Death Tornado and target the back row. It's just like modern format, but not quite. It looks like he tries the Icarus attack, and now he brought out a Stardust. The Silverwind is now gone. I think he got compulsed, because I don't see it in the graveyard. Or banished. Summons a Sirocco here. Now he's going to have to summon another Blackwing. Special summons Bora. Pumps the Sirocco here. Attacks over the Stardust. And plays it to the Mirror Force. Wow. Okay, so one good top deck after the other. Okay, sets a back row to the Stardust. So the hero player is actually coming back a little bit from the upset. He's now at a 2 for 2. Attacks into the Bora. He loses it. So now, a lot of good top decks for the Blackwing player. He can draw into a Blizzard, make a Goyo, attack over the Stardust, that kind of thing. Okay, he draws for turn. Sets on the back row. Even if it's a card that can destroy Stardust, Stardust can't come back because it wasn't properly summoned. So if you can find like a trap card that can like basically kill Stardust, that'd be good. Okay, so he loses. Okay. Really unfortunate top decks. The Icarus attack was probably his only misplay in that game because it made him come back in the game. So, and it cost him the game because he brought out a Stardust and you can't deal with it. And then the guy drew a Mirror Force afterwards to deal with like the Sirocco pump. Yeah. I think he should have been more patient in that game. and just like slowly like push damage in. Yeah, so this is gonna be pretty tough for the guy. So the side decking is gonna happen here. As a Blackwing player, what do you side deck for games 2? I don't know. Maybe like make really good cards that like trade really well with the alias. Bottomless, like definitely keep your bottomless in, especially since you're going first. Dust Shoot is kind of a weird one because Dust Shoot, like that deck is like full of spells and traps. Maybe save the Dust Shoot, like keep the Dust Shoot in, but like wait for them to search with their emergency call. But then if you Dust Shoot it back, like let's say they search for shadows, and you like Dust Shoot them after they search the shadows, they can activate the second emergency call or like the reinforcements of the army. So I probably wouldn't even side Dust Shoot to be honest. But he does play Deep Sea Diva, so that's a card too. So I don't know, it's a tough one. It's a pretty mid card. I don't know what I would do. Black Wings just have to have like really good back rows against Hero Beat. If you maintain your advantage though with the Whirlwind, I think you have a good shot. Just like keep a Collude around for the alias. I think historically Hero Beat or Black Wings has had a bad matchup against Hero Beat. So it's unfortunate that this guy has to be paired up against two of his bad matchups back to back.
Like, screw it. And he's driving.
I'm like, hey guys, we're on Virginia.
The guy on the left, if you're the hero player, what would you side for against Black Wings and keep? I don't know, like the whole deck's kind of like geared to beat that deck almost. There's not really much to side. Maybe side like Consecrated Light, just for extra hate. Because your alias can just beat down all the defense position Black Wings. So maybe you can side that. Because you don't have any dark monsters in your deck. Not even your extra deck. You can make Catastor, but that's not a necessary thing. You can go a game without playing Catastor at all. So Consecrated Light seems like a good choice. So with this setup here, even if the hero player sets a lot of back rows, the Icarus attack can do a lot of damage. So he summons the alias here, most likely a Gemini Sparked. He attacks into the Shura, so he has to have damage step Collude here to pretty much guarantee that this goes through. Doesn't go through, sorry. Okay, so he's gonna bring out Gale most likely. The Gale can go into the Armor Master next turn. Now he goes for the Bayou play. Okay, so instead of making Armor Master like he did last game, he's gonna go for the Catastrophe line. Activates Future Fusion in the main phase 2. Activates Dust Tornado to deal with the Future Fusion. Okay. Now what? Sets a back row and a single back row, so he can't get Icarus attacked. Oh, I see. So the value that he brought out is kind of telegraphing that he has Icarus set in case he sets two back rows, because the value is basically a +1. So he's trying to make the most value out of that Icarus attack. I think. Okay, de-prisons the Shura here. And then does he attack with 800? I think he took the 800. So 7200 for the hero player here. Set Icarus, set Book. I don't know. I don't know what that set is. It could be anything. Summons an Ocean here. Hoping to proc attack over the value here. Activates Bottomless on the Ocean. Yeah, unfortunately Ocean is a 1500 attack, so I can get Bottomless. And this Bottomless is really good too because now he took the water out of his deck or his graveyard, so now he won't be able to activate Miracle Fusion. So good Bottomless on him. Summons the Shura here. Activates Bottomless on the Shura. So it looks like it's going to be a trade for Backroads. I really feel like that set is still an Icarus. Okay, so he special summons the Cyber Dragon and runs over the Bayou. Okay. So pretty bad spot for the Blackwing player. He sets a back row here. Could be a Starlight Road too. Now that he has two cards, that Starlight Road can actually negate Icarus attack. It might not be an Icarus attack actually because he saw the Starlight Road in game one. So that set might not be an Icarus attack. I just don't know what it is. It could be anything. Although he makes a Catastrophe here, he can contact Fusion for the Chimera Tech Fortress. Yeah, because they're both machines. Attacks for 2,000 here.
31.
If he books here, he can actually have a 0 attack Chimera Tech.
2.
Are you excited for the Dark and Dragon SJC tournament? Yes, absolutely excited for that. Definitely going to be covering that if I could. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to stream at that venue, but I'll find out later on. I think he makes yeah, he makes a Chimera Tech, attack for 2,000. I think he drew pass. Yeah, because he summoned twice. Yeah. So we're kind of in the same position as before. The guy has his hand on his face, giving the body language that he doesn't have anything. Um, so he's probably just gonna keep poking with the Chimera Tech. Activates the prison of the Chimera Tech, and now he's left with a T set. He's just basically hoping for something here. The Miracle Fusion is pretty much dead. So my guess is he drew a bunch of Miracle Fusions back to back. Now he drew a card that he can actually activate because his body posture changed. I see a Phoenix Wind Blast in his hand. So I guess at best he can probably set it, discard a Water Monster, and then next turn Miracle Fusion.
13, 14, 17, and
That's likely to happen. Consimba? What does Conchimba mean? Is that Spanish? You don't go to a GX Gamer anymore, then play Edison. They play a lot of Edison there. Okay. No, I haven't been there in a while just because they play music there at the store, so I don't want any copyright strikes. And I don't want to like impede on his business because music makes a lot of customers feel good. So I made the decision not to stream there anymore, stream or record there anymore. They didn't play music and it didn't hurt their business, then I would go. But unfortunately, it does. Music makes the world go round. And the reason why I think that is because yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would totally go, but it is what it is. Unless they don't play music anymore. Have you seen Hamed play music lately? I haven't been there in a while, so he maybe changed his philosophy on that. I mean, music is the most watched thing on YouTube, so no reason not to play music. Okay, so we're back to the game here. We have Snowminer that was destroyed. I'm not sure how it was destroyed. 1900 defense is pretty hard to run over. He might have tribute summoned for Sirocco. That's my guess. But then he should have just flipped over the Snowminer to pop the alias. So definitely something happened to the Snowminer. I'm not sure what happened though. What happened? I was there yesterday, but for One Piece. I wasn't paying attention until I paid attention on Tuesday to see if he's playing music. Okay, yeah, if you could, let me know. If there's, I'm going to a lot of different case tournaments. There's an RBT that's happening in the future, so I'll be covering that with Keegan from E3. Yeah, and then there's also like a lot more shops popping up around the LA area, doing Edison as well. So we'll see what happens. No plans yet. It's still summer, and we have like a lot of days left of summer. Summer's like my favorite season out of all the four, because everyone's free. The RBT is gonna be at Moreno Valley, so it's gonna be like for you guys, it's probably gonna be like 50 miles. For me, it's 100 miles away where I live. So yeah. It's only gonna be a temporary venue. There's no store. There's no actual store there. It's just a store that's renting out a venue to accommodate 200 plus players. And they believe that this place will be a hotspot for Edison players. Yeah, collectible exchange. That's right. Collectible exchange will be doing it. Yeah, RBT is going to be hosted by Collectibles Exchange, but it was made by Keegan, so definitely support his stream if he does go on. I won't be streaming it. I'll just be recording matches. He'll be streaming it for you guys live. Um, yeah, but I'll be there. I'll also be there judging too. So if you guys want to, if you want an event that's run smoothly, I'll do my best to make it run smooth. Smooth play. Yeah, like I'm not afraid to like call out soul playing if I see that players are doing that. I always have like a timer on when I see someone take a long time to make a play. So they exceed 2 minutes per play, and I'll be like, hey, you gotta pick it up, etc., etc. I'm trying to decide whether I want to play Dragon Turbo or Trap Dragons for that event. Don't play Dragon Turbo. That's all I gotta say. That deck is like really fragile. It's fragile because A, you bricked and you didn't draw anything that can like enable your combos, and B, um, I don't know if this is a valid excuse not to play the deck, but like honestly, if you're playing Dragon Turbo and you're expecting to win a tournament, you're probably gonna have a rough time. Just because I don't know. I want to have fun at an event, and I don't think playing Dragon Turbo is fun. I think it's a boring deck to play. It's like it's basically you're playing modern format. You're self-masturbating, and your opponent's just sitting there while you just draw like a bunch of cards. So Trap Dragons, I don't know if I like Trap Dragons enough to play it in an event. Um, I like Mass Dragons because you can bring out Totem Dragon and then you can sacrifice for Lad. That's a cool thing. But if you're playing traps and Lad dies, he blows up your whole field. I would probably play something like I don't know. There's a lot of good trap dragon lists, but yeah, I would play that over Dragon Turbo. Is there another deck that you wanted to play? Because I wouldn't play I wouldn't play either of those decks. I mean, the new Fitz versions of dragons that use Snowman and Rekos, yeah, you can play that too. Fitz version, yeah. I haven't seen it do well either. Dragons is it's like a really good deck against certain matchups, but it loses to itself half the time. You want a deck that's consistent, right? Like it's powerful but inconsistent. That's why it doesn't win tournaments, except on RBET apparently. If you're trying to if you're going there to have fun, play your favorite deck. That's all I gotta say. But if you're going there to like compete and try to win, I'd pick a different deck. Like just go down my channel and just pick any deck that has first place next to it. Pick any of those decks. You'll win. And if you can pilot that deck correctly, you'll definitely win. My options are limited because I sold my Chrysiosaurn and I play One Piece competitively. Oh yeah. What are you playing in One Piece? I won't make the topic too long. What are you playing in One Piece? I love One Piece. My goal is to top, yeah. If your goal is to top, play something like, I don't know. Play something that doesn't lose to Deck Devastation Virus. That's all I guess. Play something that beats Deck Devastation Virus and you'll have a good time. So what's going on in the game here? He sets a monster. So what does Blackwing set in? It's probably a Snowmander. It's most likely a Snowmander for sure.
Maybe it's two.
No, yep, it was a Snowmander. Predicted. And he attacks directly for what's shadows for 1800. Rob Lucci. Right now I'm trying to get 4 alt Khalifa. Yeah, Khalifa. She's such a waifu. She's definitely not best girl though. Best girl is probably, well, based on screen time, it has to be Nami. Nami is best girl. But if it wasn't for screen time, I'll probably choose. I don't know. There's like so many choices. There's a lot of funny women in One Piece too. Like Perona is hilarious. All right, so Snowmander gets flipped and destroys Alias. She's a 10,000% best girl. The alt Khalifa literally looks like Barbie. Yeah, true. Tan Robin, then Khalifa. I like Monet, the harpy. I like that she's like so loyal to the cause, the Smile Factory cause. Unfortunately, she got slashed in half. I won't spoil who by who, but so he attacks. Looks like this is a snowman or control game. He sets a value. He sets a value, gets destroyed. What next? Summons a Gilman. Oh, ooh, no real shark. Summons the ocean, passes. Oh my god, you're a Manitace. I also love Monet. Yeah, I'm not caught up yet, so there's probably some characters I haven't met yet in the arc. Um, Sanji's sister. I like Sanji's sister, Reiju. I'm in the arc right now. I love her tattoos that she has on her legs. It kind of gives you an impression of what kind of women I like. Loyal to the cause. Loyal to the Germa 66. And she has like a sweet spot for her younger brother. Even though she doesn't like openly expresses that about it. Yeah, it looks like he's having such a hard time to deal with Mater. Unfortunate. Yep. Yeah, so don't ever attack with your monsters like that, where you just put 2 fingers and press your monsters up, because at that point, I think you can rule shark your opponent to like drop the gores on the Stratos. I'll have to double check the policy documents on that one.
Oh shit.
Did he already use gores? Okay, so he does shoots here with a big hand. That is a big giant hand. Holy moly. What'd you guys get? Would you get Stratos? Or would you get Cyber Dragon? Like Blizzard's a good choice too, but he has two of them. That's a tough one. That's a tough choice. Which is funny that you say you like girls loyal, but Nami is the least loyal. No, she's pretty loyal. She's loyal to Luffy, Luffy's gang. She stood up for him when Luffy was trying to recover against the Cracker, General Cracker. Sorry for if I'm spoiling One Piece for you guys. It should be known by now. It's an old episode. Nami's committed to the cause. She is. It would depend on my back row, but probably Blizzard. Like, Luffy doesn't have any money, right? Luffy has $0 to his name, so it's obviously, and she's loyal to money, and she's still with the Straw Hats, so that goes to show. Just goes to show. She's not as despicable as everybody thinks she is. So she sets a back row, and he passes. Looks like a simplified game state, but I think in simplified game states, heroes do a better job of winning the game. Unless the opponent top decks Blizzard. I think we know that's an oppression set, right? That oppression's gonna lock out the Miracle Fusion, so he's gonna have to try to find a way around to Royal Oppression.
Game 3. 47 to 47. Take your time.
What am I playing in OP03? I'm playing Law,
You have 5.
but only because I don't play enough One Piece. If I play enough One Piece, I'll probably pick a different deck. I love Law. Law's my favorite. Damn, I just learned something new about that rule shark. Yeah. It's not simplified because Black Wings has Blizzard and it has way more cards in hand. Yeah, I'm still playing Law. Law's the best. If Dofi was good, I'd play Dofi, but he sucks. I mean, he doesn't suck, but he's not up there. Yeah, so we have a simplified game state here, and we have a Alias staring down a Blackwing player. It'll be rough. I was gonna summon the Blizzard here. It's gonna target the Bora. I wonder if there was a play where he could have like Miracle Fusion to force him to flip the oppression, so that his Blizzard is dead.
Go ahead and use that for
I wonder if that was a play that he considered. Alright, so he flips over the Hero Blast here. Most likely gonna hit the Blizzard, because you don't want to get colluded. DD Crow. Rough. So this will make the Hero Blast resolve without effect, because you need to retrieve a monster to destroy a monster. It looks like he's gonna go for Call the Haunted. Why would he flip Call the Haunted here? Does he have Fossil down in the graveyard? I would definitely have not flipped Call the Haunted there.
2 in hand.
But then his Hero Blast doesn't resolve still. That doesn't make any sense. Yes, that's Hydro Pump. That's for sure Hydro Pump. I didn't know you guys knew him, so I just skipped to the secret. Okay, that's weird. He flipped the Oppression on Call the Haunted, but if he Synchro Summons,
I'll do it.
he could just Oppression. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. That makes sense.
Like all monsters.
Okay, he won. All right. Wow. Yeah, if you Oppression the Armwing, he could just use the value in his graveyard to make an Armor Master. And the Armor Master is bigger than the Armwing, so that's why you don't Oppression. You don't Oppression there. But he had the Honest anyways, so it didn't matter. Unfortunate for Hydro Pump. So he's going to be walking away with $150 for top 4. And he got paired down to the 4th place top 4. Unfortunate for him. Unfortunate. So the guy on the left's playing, I don't know if he's playing Diva Hero Beat. He might just playing regular Hero Beat. Did anybody see a Deep Sea Diva in his deck? Yeah, the next round is finals. I follow Edison scene, so I know everyone. Fraser Smith, Carpath, Ragnarok, yeah. Yeah, so the next round is finals, yeah, true. I didn't see any Divas or game. Yeah, I didn't see it either. He might just be playing straight Hero Beat with no Divas. So he probably values the traps. He probably took out like 3 Divas, 2 Gilmans for traps. Good traps.
They want to play. I'll play it out.
Prisons, Mirror Force. Yeah,
350 each.
I don't know. I mean,
No,
is it definitive that Diva Hero Beat is better than Hero Beat now?
No, the originally 200
Is it
split.
just like all around just the better deck?
250, and you all.
Because people used to play Captain Gold in their deck, and it helps beat over big monsters. But with Diva, you can make Brian act to deal with Armor Master. You can also make a lot of stuff. I traveled to North Carolina just to do commentary for this event. I did commentary on Friday at another event for North Carolina. But I also came to this event because I can meet a lot of new, or basically the Edison gang. I didn't even know, I don't follow the tabloids for Edison, so I don't know the celebrities in this game. So it'll help me, familiarize myself with the big names in the game. Like I had dinner with Ragnarok, so that happened yesterday. I met up with Keegan, but I didn't meet him outside of the event. I just saw him at the event. If you guys like follow Tengu Plant, like I met Tyler, the guy who made who's in charge of the channel. I was talking to Tyler about his channel and what he can do. Did you pick his brain? Whose brain? Whose brain did I pick?
Second back row, and I had silver.
I met a lot of people.
Intersection, the one that was sitting there was
I saw Fraser Smith. He said hi to me. I saw a True Hero. A True Hero is like a really intense player. I like that about him. He played a girl who was like in the top 4 at an event, and he was doing like the whole stare down strategy. Ragnar, yeah, I always do. He has a mind for sure. He has a mind to explore. He's like Carpath in a way. Him and Carpath are kind of like on the rogue stuff. I definitely do not do enough rogue strategies in my channel. I should. I do, I don't know. I played Dark Cyborg. That was the most recent one. I don't think Dark Cyborg's good, but it's cool. It's a cool deck. Do you think Tangle Plant will ever be as popular? No, I do not think Tangle Plant will ever be as popular. But the cool thing about retro formats is that you don't have to be as popular as Edison. You just have to make it popular enough to where there's events for them. And then you give the options to retro players to play those events. It's never, the retro formats after Edison are never supposed to replace Edison.
Not that much of a grinder.
It's supposed to just give like it's supposed to give players choices as to which formats they want to play. In my opinion. If you're trying to make it as popular as Edison or try to make it like super like better, you're fighting the flow. I wouldn't, if I was making a retro format, I would never say my format is better than your format. You just don't do that. You just go in your own lane. You just basically drive in your own lane and then expand outwards from there. And then if it's popular, cool. But if it's popular enough to where you can host tournaments, I'm down. Like that should be your goal. Yeah, the more options, the better. Yeah, absolutely. If there's more formats, it's better for everybody. Because it's better for vendors. If you have a lot of cards that are old, you can buy and sell easier. It helps everybody.
Sometimes I can't out it.
It helps everybody. I think if there's more retro format, it's just ultimately better for everybody. Ironically, that's how Edison got big, because Keegan said Edison is better than GOAT. Well, to be fair, like, there was no other competition in the... There was no other competition in the retro format space. So... I think GOAT is cool. I think it's a very skillful, high expression. But that's all it is. I mean, I guess you could play Burn as a fun deck, but I don't know. There's high skill expression, but it's like playing chess. Some people want to see other cards, like in the card pool. Yeah. Uh, I mean, I wanted to get a format big, but I don't know if I want to make my channel dedicated to a format, a retro format. I think I want to have my format be like uh, a retro format, all encompassing. As long as there are events for it. If there's events for it, I'll totally cover it. If there's a Tango Planet event, I'll cover it. If there's a hat event, I'll cover it. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if like 1,000 of my subscribers are like Edison fans. And I've had that. Anytime I put like anytime I put like anything that's non-Edison related, there's like a reluctance to watch it. I'm playtest IRL. I'm not Edison IRL. I'm playtest IRL. That means anytime there's a retro event, I'll cover it. I'm in the Edison space now, for sure, but that's all it is. It's popular. It helps me grow. I mean, what formats do you guys like? I'll pass the baton back to you guys on my chat. You guys like a specific format? You guys like I'll explore it. I'll do like some chill sessions with it because I'm pretty sure nobody's gonna have a tournament for any other retro format anytime soon. I told Tyler from TCG Rewind to reach out to local shops to host like IRL events. And I think he made a poll. I think he made a poll on his channel. Yeah. The best thing at Tango Plant to be big is to like is for content creators who have like friendship groups. Like if you like come together to play Tango Plant with your friends, just to like stream it. I know there's a channel that does it for their locals. I forgot the name of it, but it's like a channel where there's like 5 or 7 members in there, and they're all YCS champions or YCS toppers, I guess, and then they're all playing and they're streaming and recording Tango Plant. I forgot the name of it. I'll find out. I forgot what it is. I think I can find out right now. I'll shout him out. See if I can find him. Uh,
No, so I drove
what's the name of them?
our one friend who lived in South Korea, Kyron, Kyron. He made second place. He's been trying this whole time to sell his mini Blackbird dragon. Then I guess he didn't want to do a deck for a pop.
I can't find them. I don't know who they are. Yeah. I mean, that's the best way forward for Tengu Plant is to have events. Just have people just come together and play, and just stream it, record it, whatever. That's all you have to do. And then when enough people are doing content on that format, is when the format grows. Doesn't matter how bad the format is, as long as other people are doing it, people will do it. People like to follow. Okay, so we have one more round. It's gonna be in the finals. We're just gonna have to wait for the players to play each other. I think they're gonna split. Let me check. So that's the end of the tournament. Hero Frogs. Can I get the deck list? I'll just take a picture. Okay, so I'll provide the deck list on my Instagram page. So if you guys are watching me, or are you guys currently watching, follow my Instagram page, and I'll have the deck list up before I put it on my YouTube channel. Can we see more perfect circle format? I don't know anything about perfect circle. Yeah, sure. I mean, a lot of people like that format for some reason. Tier 0 format. What are the 2 decks in the finals? So the 2 decks in the finals was Diva Hero Beat. I think it was Diva Hero Beat. And what was the last one? Frog Monarchs? I think it was Frog Monarchs. So those are two decks that won't do their research. I think the naming of the format matters a lot. Having a format named after a deck makes the format look like play that deck or bust. Yeah, Tengu Plant is named after Tengu Plant, so makes sense. Edison is named after the event. It's not called Quick Draw Dandy Warrior format. Best Tier 0 format was Spiral format. Okay, that's cool. So the stream's gonna end pretty soon, or because the top two finishers decided to split the prizing. So thank you for watching the stream. I had fun commenting and chatting and commentating with you guys. Yeah. Expect the VOD version of this to come on later on. I've recorded other matches with my other camera, so you'll be able to watch those as well. Yeah, they split. Yeah, I mean, it was in their best interest. So it was 700. It was $700 split between the two. So they're both gonna come. They're both gonna walk home with $350 in their pocket, as opposed to 400 and 300. So the second place pretty much gets better. Yeah. Spiral format. Yeah. Well, funny enough, Spiral format was when I quit Yu-Gi-Oh to play Dragon Ball, and then I came back because I'm back, baby. Dragon Ball, baby. I'll stall on for a little longer and I'll end the stream, okay? Understandable. Looks like I'm happy you guys are leaving. Yeah, since after you guys are leaving, I'll just end the stream now. Thanks for joining in the chat. I'll try to stream more often in the future, whenever there's big events. And yeah, stay safe, guys, and be cool, and don't be toxic. Peace out.